All right, hopefully no issues. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello, hello. To anyone out there that is just, I guess it's nighttime for like most of you. Anyone there? Stream fine? Sad face. Okay, awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's talk about the what was the final name of it? I wrote it down somewhere. And I can't find it. Give me a second. The Attack of Titan, what was ultimately the final name that this thing was called? Da, 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 cannot find it. Oh, this is so long. I wrote it in the description. There we go. The Attack of Titan final season, the final chapters, special 2, broken up into 4. Well, yeah, 4 parts, right? I still wish we could have seen this. I mean, I know people haven't had issues with Mappa, but we have. I think they did a pretty excellent job for like the action scenes, considering what they were adapting. Some of the stuff we saw in this final special, I'm like, I wish we saw more of this in the first part, and obviously because of reasons we couldn't. All right, so what you guys saying? They really need to adapt those 6 chapters. What 6 chapters? The animation was amazing. Yeah, of course they were gonna do the X. It wasn't even an extra chapter. It was just a what was it like 10 pages? Hello, hello, hello. Oh yeah, that was the one thing I noticed. A lot of it, I was surprised that a lot of it ended up being not CG, which I say surprised, but if you think about it, there were always going to be ways of doing it non CG. A lot of the far shots were CG though. I mean, when they were like just a bunch of titans and running or doing something in the background, those were CG. Yeah, that's one. If I could say anything, the anime improved that conversation with Eren and Armin. I'm like, all right, you guys are basically doing the Attack on Titan Requiem, which we all thought both of them taking responsibility for, I guess, this whole mass murder extinction event. Um, Levi's final salute got me. It got me in the manga. It didn't for this, and I originally thought Levi was gonna like he was gonna do the salute thing and just like die there, but he didn't. The Armin Aaron talk, yes, that was way better. I wish they changed some other things, but we got that. Okay, yeah, for what Crusher is saying, I do like that what they did with that. That unlike the manga, there is a clear passage of time. So for anyone that had issues of Paradise Island eventually being destroyed, at least I think for this it was clear that hey, this is way into the future. What do you think about the additional scenes in the anime? Besides the what was the additional scenes? If I'm thinking correctly, the additional scenes were like the Arm and Aaron talk, and then the Mikasa. I think that was new. Right before you got the bird Aaron thing. Next to her, her seeing like the scene from the first episode. I think that was new, right? I'm sure you'll touch on it eventually, but was the last scene with the kid and the dog any indication of something that was coming, a show or something like that? Okay, so let me say this. A lot of people eventually, when that came out, a lot of people are saying this is like the sequel that Isayama is planning, which it's not really. I don't think there is anything about that. The counter to that is that you often now we've seen this song and what do you call it? This story before this song and dance. an author finishes their manga, maybe they go on to do another one, maybe they don't. Eventually, they circle back to the original thing that was the original thing that made them famous. So I don't think that was a sequel. I think it's just one of those things that's leaving it open. I wouldn't be surprised if Isayama does come back and touches on this thing again. From a super chat, I think they're called. From Jonathan Yara, can you explain when Armin Aaron talk took place in the timeline? What's going so I was confused when Aaron erased Armin's memory. Did Armin get those memories back? So yes, that was a little confusing too for a lot of people. That should have been back when they were on the boat. I think. Oh, I believe that was when they had the Titan realm scene one time. So that was like I want to say back in part one or the first special. No, part two. I'm mixing all of this up. This is back in part two. This is before any of the fighting happened. I still don't get why they didn't do the 3-hour movie because and they were not going to do it. At least not a theater movie because part of the reason is because of one of the what do you call it? One of the entities in the production committee is like massive TV network and they want to get the ratings. Is Aaron the father? No, not according to this, and that's what what disappointed a lot of people. Yeah, there's been I like I mentioned, I don't know if you saw my post. I've got corona and that took me out for last one, so I've that wiped me out. We'll see if there's anything coming up soon. There will be on the second channel, at least for I think I recorded maybe over 10 videos for like summer content that never went up. That'll probably be going on up on the second channel. I would like to see I would like I can see why it took them so long to make sure things got corrected for the final part. The cycle of war. Oh, this is moving fast. The cycle of war and conflict. Yeah. I was confused about the manga, but the anime made it make sense. The anime did justice to the manga. I fully agree. The music was really good. I think the music definitely helped. The anime was better than the manga. The additional helps. The additional scenes helped to explain everything. I think they helped. I don't think everything. I wish they made Armin and Mikasa more upset at Eren at the end and got rid of the bird scene. Other than that, I liked it. I think the bird scene was done better in the anime. As in Mikasa, I one of the things about watching, I'm like, this feels so weird that like you're still hesitating at this point. Did the anime improve on the manga content in your opinion? I think it did, given what we originally had. I still think there's quite a few things that I wish the anime had either changed, not drastically, but just improved. Namely, that for anyone that was a huge fan of Eren, now you got that scene, the Eren scene. That's definitely going to be. I mean, it was already a meme. Now it's going to blow up even more. um, let me see. The movie, I got confused when everyone said they got their memories back. Because it's baby daddy. I mean, yeah, you found out. It's implied that it's the farmer dude. Sorry. I would have preferred some things being explained beyond the. I honestly just watching this whole thing again, like in real time for the anime. I wish Isayama hadn't explained or tried to explain that whole thing because it was either one stupid or it just doesn't really make sense. It actually felt like it reminded me of when they were actually trying to explain the powers or what the magical girls were in Madoka, which I think a lot of people forget or just oh, it's kind of whatever. The thing is, it's a bigger part for AOTs. Wait, Attack on Titan is officially back? Yeah, we got the final episode today, an hour and a half. Can you explain more on the part where Eren told Armin that in that place they will fight? I mean, you'd have to go back to I think part 2 when they were on the boat right before Armin and Annie had their little thing together. It was in that scene you briefly just see Armin just like I guess just dazed or and that's when the scene where it happened. So those memories were he got them back. I saw on social media we're supposed to get a new opening. It's not it since the way they did it for here wouldn't be the opening, it'd be the ending, which we did get. And it I guess it was those scenes at the very end. We technically didn't even get new scenes for that. It was just like the additional pages and then the song over that, which I honestly didn't even get a good listen of it. Um sobbing right now. I wish I was too. I honestly thought the ending would hit me harder, but again, I'm like, it doesn't feel. It's weird because the manga ended what before Corona, did it? And now the anime was still ongoing, so I didn't really feel like it was over yet. It's now ended now such a long time later, just because of all of the delays. Pony Canyon just posted the opening and ending. Oh, so there is one. Okay. If there is one, I have to check that out. If there's like actual new scenes. The fact that Potato Girl was saluting and made me cry. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get the feels for that. I did think the Levi scene with the past fallen comrades did work a lot better here than it did in the actual manga. I think the Potato Girl scene got me more in the manga. For here was like, oh, I liked how they did the scene for Levi. Then it was more like not that they were there, but it felt more like this is what Levi's picturing. And then they cut to Potato Girl. Oh no, they're actually there. I'm like, what? It felt jarring for me. Um, just a bit. I didn't hate it. It just felt awkward. As an Attack on Titan manga reader, this episode was everything I hoped for. I'm glad you loved it. Gonna miss it so much. Definitely watch more anime. I mean, don't let this end with AOT. I wish they explained the Titan worm a little bit more. I wish they went into the opposite direction. What big changes would you have made to the episode? I would have. I get what Isayama was going for with the whole Eren scene, which a lot of people have issues with. I it's not for me necessarily that I never really was like a major fan of like Eren. So when that happened, that wasn't like, oh, this ruined the character for me. But I could see why that ruined the character for some people. I wish that scene was done differently. Just I get what he was trying to do, but it just didn't work out too well. And I'm surprised the anime left it intact. I believe it left it intact. Gabby suplexing Gab that was better in the manga. It was so quick in the anime, you would have missed it, but that was funny. Do you think it feels rushed? It depends on where you're talking about. I think we could have used a few more chapters. If you're again like the for whatever reason, Isayama wanted to end it on chapter what 139. The opinions of the anime ending is a lot more positive compared to chaos that was the manga ending. Well, you got to remember, the manga ending it was mostly positive. It was not until the extra pages came out that people got were people that didn't like the original ending or were just like positive that ruined it for a lot of people, and it's pretty easy to see why. The special thing that I was hoping that they would do, follow the manga ending, ending it the way Isayama intended, screw the anime original ending. Yeah, I didn't think I didn't I never thought they would change the ending. I did think perhaps they would add maybe another scene or two, but they decided to end it. I think they did for adding that random kid that finds the tree and like implying that everything has a chance to cycle back. Let's see. To me, I thought the story had made it very clear that Aaron wasn't the only main character anymore. I was extremely satisfied with the ending. So far, I'm seeing people being positive about it. I'm very curious to see how people like outside of Japan. Japan is going to be positive about this. So I'm wondering how like the US, Europe, I know China and Korea in particular really did not like the ending. So we'll see what happens. Not that, well, if we even get any murmurs about reactions from there. I could see why manga readers didn't like the ending, but knowing what I know now, I actually liked it. Please tell us about Mikasa and John scene. There wasn't a Mikasa and a John scene? Was there? I don't think there was. Or unless I either missed it or I'm not sure what you're talking about. The ending scene confirms Mikasa marrying Jean. Oh, do you mean when they're at the tree and they're there together? I don't think that confirms anything. I think if you want that to be confirmed, unless Isayama confirmed it, did they confirm? Did Isayama confirm it? That would piss people off. The anime is out. Yeah, the anime is. Go watch it and then come back. We'll probably be here. I didn't say yeah, okay, so originally, unless I'm getting this wrong, the whole Mikasa Jean scene was them being at the tree. You see a lot of people visiting the tree, so it was tiny. I didn't get a chance to check. I'm sure someone's gonna blow it up and then enhance it with AI. All right, let me drink this. I got a monster. So many good opinions. So I'm glad. Right now, it seems like things are overall positive. Which again, they were originally pretty positive for the manga ending. It wasn't until a little bit of time passed by that people turned on this. We'll see what happens. I like the manga ending originally. I was more of a fan of the original ending. Had some problems with it, but overall enjoyed it. The anime really made me love it so much more. The problem with the extra pages was that we thought the war happened quickly, but apparently that's the thing. I'll give you that. I try to tell people like, hey, you could tell by the growth of this tree that this wouldn't have happened for another few hundred years. I know a lot of people really dislike getting Paradise Island in particular getting destroyed. Like, hey, Aaron failed, but I think the anime makes it a little bit more obvious. Just logically speaking, the peace route wouldn't have lasted forever. I could have used more colossal tight. Yeah, that was if you were expecting a good fight out of that, that was a nothing. That was nothing. It was just them punching each other, and it wasn't even that interesting. I was actually surprised of how much they spent on Levi's action scenes. A little bit surprised. I'm like, again, originally when reading this, I recall thinking that Levi is definitely gonna bite it here, but Isayama couldn't kill the most popular character. It's been done. Even Bleach has done it. Naruto has done it. So it's not only AOT. I found the animation during the scene between Mikasa and Eren chopping wood was really bad. For some reason, it first looked janky, especially when they turn on. Yeah, I didn't think it was bad. I thought it look. I'll give you that. It looked different. I think part of that was intentional. Part of it was like what you said. They didn't feel they needed to spend a lot of time on that. What do you think of Zeke's death? I loved it. It felt quick for me. I liked it better in the anime because it was I don't know, maybe it didn't register for me when I was reading the manga, but it was Zeke coming out and pretty much offering himself to Levi. And plus, you have the voices. Too bad that bromance was over. You can't just make technology like that. And okay, I think you're talking about the tree thing. Yeah, you can't. I again, some people again, I do think there are issues with the actual ending, good things too. But some of the things that people complain about, you're like and like the basis of that is just not correct. He's getting his own chapter anyways. Who? How are you, bro? How is the Japan life? Japan is pretty well right now. I mean, like everywhere, everything is going up in prices. Things have really gone up in cost. But hope you guys are doing better than we are here. After the credits, there's a little boy and the dog finds the errand tree. Does it mean the cycle continues or it changes? Or it changed? I think that's one of the good parts about it being left open to interpretation. This kid could potentially become the new Ymir and the Doctor Stone type of world that they've been left with now. I'm assuming everything that's in Sham would like World War III has already happened in like the AOT world, so this whole Titan thing could start up again. What didn't you like in the episode? Um, I gotta recall. Again, I wish I get what they were going with the Aaron scene. I wish they changed that. Not even for me, just for like people that are like hardcore fans of the character. You're gonna see that being spammed everywhere, especially like on Twitter and like TikTok. Do you think Isayama will do a sequel? I think this is one of the things we touched on like a little bit before. I don't think, unless it's like a comedy thing, I don't think he has a sequel in mind yet. Give it 5 years, give it 10 years, give it enough time that Isayama's tired of being rich. He'll come back. He'll do some type of like. I don't think a necessarily sequel. I wouldn't put it past him doing like another thing from like either maybe like this epilogue, additional chapters type of thing. Like again, especially when you've lived in a world for such a long time, you don't want to let it go. I did enjoy the Armin scene where he was explaining that he's human like them. It really is a parallel to season one. Then when Armin was telling the garrison, yeah, that was a one. That was basically a 1-to-1. I'm like, I was actually a little surprised they made it that obvious. Hopefully the kid is like, up, nope, and leave. No, that kid is gonna fall in. He's gonna become a titan. He's gonna get it. Hopefully, he doesn't get enslaved. He's gonna be like someone's little. Oh no, someone keep like the creepy old man away from the little boy, or it might be an older woman this time that like enslaves him or something. Speaking of which, how does that work? That'd be a guy. Ooh, the possibilities. Since Yumi only had 3 kids. The whole point was to break the cycle, and then it alluded in the anime and directly shown in the manga that the cycle repeats. So who on earth convinced me that this wasn't all for nothing? I mean, if you again, you're left if you want to interpret it like that, you're free to do so. Aaron gave you that freedom. The kid doesn't have to fall in the tree. He just found it. He could leave. I honestly wonder if Isayama will do another manga. I think I had this discussion with my partner about like who are some authors for like manga where it's over. Like how many of them could we think of that actually made another manga that's extremely successful? There are not a lot. One of the ones that came to mind was like the Full Metal Alchemist. Um, what's her name? I forget her name. The mangaka, the author. Um, she's made several manga past Full Metal Alchemist, probably like 5 or something at this point. And a lot of some of them have anime, and none of them have blown up at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if she eventually also does something related to Full Metal Alchemist. Which again, this circles back to I wouldn't put it past Isayama eventually doing something related. Not necessarily a sequel, but something related to AOT. Have you seen the new opening? Apparently there's a new opening and ending. I haven't seen it. This calls for attack. I don't know. Bring me season 2 for AOT Junior High. Bring me. I don't even need that. Bring me the high. There's a high school version for like the characters bonus time skip. Why haven't they made this yet? Partner, so you're taken. Yeah. Uh ever since season 1, they finally made some more grunt and roars for the female. Did they? They made some more sound effects for her. I need to go see that. I need to go rewatch. I'm gonna rewatch the episode a little bit later. Um, Fucking capitalism makes everyone milking their product now that will milk. I mean, it's just how it works. I mean, if you want to be a little bit cynical about it, you could argue that AOT wouldn't have continued since originally I think Isayama mentioned the manga wasn't supposed to go past like chapter 90-ish before like the whole time skip thing. And I'm sure money was like some motivation for it. Not to mention Attack on Titan was the biggest manga in whatever the hell that magazine where it came out. I'm sure they wanted Isayama to extend the manga as much as possible. What was your favorite scene from the episode and your favorite scene from the show overall? Or scene from the show? There's so many. I could make a video about it. But from this episode specifically, let me think. What are your guys' favorite scene from this episode? Give me a little bit of time to think. I really, like I mentioned, I really liked a lot of the stuff they did for Levi. Call me a Levi simp, but I liked the whole thing they did for Levi because it really felt emotional for it. Like I think it would have carried more weight if Levi had passed after that, but he didn't. He's still around. He's still around, getting pushed by Gabby and what's his name? Falco. Hello from the Philippines. Hello. How does the ending ruin the entire story? You're gonna have to ask people that that think the ending ruined it for them. A sequel is not in a million possibility for humanity not to have created the ultimate weapon against the Titans. That's the thing. I depending on how the world is, it looks like I don't know. World War III may have happened, maybe four. The whole, I mean, they may not have weapons. They may not have the 3D maneuver gear anymore. Not a scene, but my favorite line was when Eris said, "I'm a slave to freedom," which I've been saying for such a long time. I'm like, Mr. Freedom, the slave. The Levi goodbye scene. Yeah. See, I'm not the only one. How would you rate this episode from 1 to 10? I don't know. Yeah. I've enjoyed it. If just comparing it to the manga, I think it's excellent. Maybe just based on like using that measuring stick, maybe like a 9 or 10. I don't know. It was just based on adaptation from the actual manga. If you want to say how much I enjoyed it just in general, I need more time to think about that. Are you gonna come out with a theme video? Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, I recorded like 10-ish, maybe more videos. I was supposed to do a lot of um a lot of what was it? A lot of individual videos for like summer anime that I did watch. Then I got corona and that those have not been edited. I will be dropping all of those on the second channel, hopefully by tomorrow. Not at the same time, probably like one a day or something. So go on the second channel. If I know the link should be somewhere, or just Google Jerry Fox Talks, and you should be able to find it. And the edit credit scene, it looks like they developed to this. I thought that too. I'm like, this is now a from Cyberpunk to if anyone saw the new Trigun series, it kind of looked like that. And then Dr. Stone just destroyed the desolated area. AOT is part of big history. I mean, it's always been part of, I think that. The Blu-ray for the special chapters comes out in March. Oh, we'll see what. That reminds me, one scene. I think I spotted like at least a scene or two that got censored, which it shouldn't be for the actual Blu-ray. Do you think this episode crash sites more than Gear 5? What's Gear 5? Is that like that's a game, right? Um I recall it's AOT crashing a lot of sites, so I'm sure if maybe not crash, but I'm sure some like Crunchyroll and like whatever happened at Funimation, I'm sure they're struggling. Why the second channel? Because it's just a very I mean, what the videos I did if you're talking about the videos, they are very quick videos. It's not stuff that I would put on this channel. It's super quick 3 to 4-minute videos. The ending was pretty pretty shitty, but the animation was great. There you go. You found for someone asking why the ending was ruined. Go ask that guy. Reclaimed dead. I think Paradise got destroyed after 20,000 years into the future. Why 20? That's a long time. And the Titans coming back was hope for the people. For those people, Titans are just a human tool. Are devils are the. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could write some fan fiction about that. I'm sure, like if again, if you want to interpret it that the Titan powers are back, you have the foundation there. So does a boy who showed up at the end of the tree will he find the powers and repeat everything again? You're left. If you want to think about it like that, you can. If you don't, it doesn't need to continue. And even if the powers do I guess the head that was I guess a Titan seed in a way blossom into the tree. Who says it could just be a normal tree? We don't know. It's trending on Twitter. I wonder does what's that other site? Threads. Does that have a trending page? I wonder if it's over there. So everyone die. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, if with enough time that passes, I mean, this kind of if you while watching it, I'm with the time passing, I'm like, this actually feels like the Violet Evergarden movie where time passed, so everyone we loved is no longer here. I'm a bit disappointed on how we weren't able to see modern Mikasa and Armin, though where Armin wore glass. Oh, that there one of the official pages uploaded some fan art. No, well, technically not fan art. Their illustration about that. You could go check that out. The ending theme is oh, is it okay? Is the current one? Mappa were milking it too hard though. It's not. And that's the thing. It's not Mappa. It's the production committee. Like Mappa, I'm sure Mappa regrets taking AOT apart from just some recognition they could have. They've. That's the thing. I'm like, I wonder how much goodwill they're going to be getting out of this because people are bitching nonstop to them about the quality for the anime so far. I actually found a lot of parallels to the flood story from the Bible. They were giants there. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, any story that involves giants slash titans, you should be able to see the parallels. Historia gave birth to Aaron's child. Oh, we got one a person that thinks that. Do you think there will be an AOT movie in the future? No, unless you mean like showing which again now I'm having real doubts that it'll ever happen. Showing the first part and part two in theaters. If they did that, I'd pay money to go see that. Like it doesn't matter that I've seen it already. I want to see it on the big screen. It feels like such a waste. What do you think of Reiner in this episode? I think he really stood out. I like Reiner. I wish they again. I if there was one thing I dislike, I know they played it up for jerks, but like Reiner sniffing the letter. I mean, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Some time has passed by. She's already taken. She has a child for Titan Ymir's sake. Get over it. That I know they were playing that up for comedy, but that was stupid. What do you think of all the area of effect AO theories? I've never looked into them. I think in the past, if I was gonna be doing some type of video about that, I would have probably looked into it. I like unless like from like passing information, I don't know what they are. Reiner smelling. That's the thing. I'm like, I think it's partly funny, but I also think it just it feels awkward. I doubt any animation studio would have take AOT anything at this point. Um, you should. Um, I see a studio taking like if they do want to do like the continuation of the junior high series, like a second season, or the high school anime. I don't see why they wouldn't take it. That was in the manga as well. Yeah, that was in the manga. It was also weird. From the I think from the beginning, I knew the anime was gonna be like, yeah, I don't know why some people thought it wouldn't be. But then again, I wouldn't completely discount it either before that. I think I mentioned that. Do you think they're gonna animate? Oh yeah, that still is a thing. Anime AOT before the fall. I mean, I don't see why they shouldn't. The only thing is that AOT before the fall, I don't think it was approved, but wasn't written by or drawn by Isayama. And it really doesn't. I like the beginning of that. I don't think it has a strong finale. I think if they make a little bit stronger finale for that type of show, it could be interesting. But I don't know. It feels like they're gonna be doing like a Game of Thrones style prequel. Like it's not the same, but it feels like, oh, the main series is over. Let's do prequels to it. I believe Madhouse wasn't Mad. I don't remember. I thought it was. I'm trying to say Pony. Was it Pony Canyon? I don't remember. Wait, there's a high school at AOT Anime. And there's not a high school. There's a manga. Basically, the AOE theories were that there were multiple timelines on when the anime was a timeline. Oh, I think I've heard that in passing, and yeah, I don't think I've I know I've heard that mentioned somewhere, which is not it's not insane to say, but if they actually did that, it would have been interesting, like to say the least. But then it doesn't matter. I don't. I think that had a low chance of that happening in the first place. Near the end, the building inside Paradise looks more advanced in the anime. Yeah, I have to compare it side to side, but I do believe in the anime it's much more futuristic. Like someone mentioned, it looked like cyberpunk, like and it's that was definitely more advanced. Do you still believe Wit could have been better? Here's the thing: for anyone that complained about Mappa taking over, I think if Wit would have done it, we would have either one gotten a lower quality series. We would have still gotten those specific scenes that were like gun tier animation scenes, like the Levi versus the Beast Titan scene. But I think overall we would have gotten it wouldn't have looked as well. Um, the other thing too is that either we would have gotten a mix of that. We would have still been waiting for the final season. Wit, I don't know. I think Wit was very, very happy they got rid of AOT. I know it made them famous, but now you look at what Wit is doing, they're doing original anime, they're getting funded by Netflix, they're getting funded by all these streaming services. They're doing original anime that they love and they're profiting from it. What I didn't what I didn't let what it didn't let Aaron to create the ending he wanted that he was obvious to live. That's hard to read. If Mika, I don't. You'd have to go check the mini pictures if you want Mikasa and Jean. Even if that's not canon, you still have Mikasa holding on to the scarf on her deathbed. She did not let go. Did she get married? Wit doesn't have the slave labor map dots because they're tiny. Okay, a lot of people like to give Mappa shit, which they should for be treating their employees slash animators badly. But a lot of people don't realize that a lot of these studios do it. It's not just Mappa is right now is the one getting like hyper attention, but a lot of these studios, apart from maybe like Kyoto Animation and what's the other one, Ufotable, a lot of these studios are not. Uh, their schedules are so freaking bad. Mappa justified the series. I'm sorry, but Aaron's whining is worse than the anime with the voice acting and. Oh man, that's an Sarah. We're getting it. We're getting it. People that loved Aaron are not gonna love that scene. Is Armin and Annie with the child? I mean, I don't know if that's confirmed anywhere, but just logically speaking, they would have a child eventually. They hooked up. Gotta get the Titan. Gotta get make another blonde Titan baby. Mappa Boys did really great with season 4. Oh yeah, people forget we had the pandemic. I don't know if we got the first part before the pandemic. It's all of it is blurred. Question: if Mappa didn't grab AOT, would we have seen the company's mistreatment of employees? I mean, I don't. If you're saying that, I'm assuming you're not following what's going on with Jujutsu Kaisen. People are complaining. People are not signing NDAs to not talk about the really horrible conditions over there at Mappa. So yes, right now their golden egg or eggs is Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man, and you could bet they're gonna overwork their employees. They're gonna do whatever's possible to make the best product possible, which sounds weird to say out loud, just because that is their cash cow. It's not AOT. Ending is Game of Thrones tier trash. Here for the other person that asked earlier, who are the people that don't like the ending? There you go. I really wish Kondansha hadn't given the OT production an actual schedule. Yeah. The whole AOT situation, scheduling wise, has been some of the worst I've ever seen. Honestly. How on earth did he do that? What? What are we talking about? It's like the Titanic. Jack and Rose reunited in heaven, and AOT and Mikasa but it wasn't heaven. It was their own little, I guess, memory world type of scene. Briefly, I don't know. In a way, it kind of reminded me of like the Endgame situation where, um, what was it like? Tony and Pepper got to have their kid, and he got to live the life. And in this sense, you had Mikasa and Aaron live. It not really confirmed, but you could think of it if you wish. You could think about it like that, where the two got to live together briefly, at least for a little bit of time in that. Let's call it memory world, memory path for a little bit, memory timeline. Yeah, that the tension between Armin and Aaron is more than Mikasa. I said that while watching. I'm like, move over, Mikasa. These guys are having a moment. Ah, maybe we'll get another story within the. I don't. That's the thing. We have another story. We have multiple stories. We have the high school student. We have the junior high story. If you want something canon, we have the what you call it before the fall, and we have like two books. I think there. I forget the name. I know I read them before. It was like Princess or something of the something cast. It takes place back in like AOT season 1. What is your I guess asking favorite AOT AO? I don't know the names. It probably that one sounds familiar. That one looks familiar. Vogard, I'm coughing. Yeah, again. AOT for like even if you didn't like or had issues with the anime, the soundtrack is just bomb. Choose your own adventure books. They could totally make choose your own canon book for the anime. They could totally make that. People thought season 4 Chat Aaron was the real one and forgot pre-time skip Aaron. Yeah, which is, if you've been watching a while, I've been saying. I mean, it's obvious what they're doing. They're going for the Code Geass era ending. Aaron's just faking it. Just he's gonna die at the end. See, so the worm vaporized, and yeah, the worm vaporized. I guess it could come back. That's the thing. All right, someone mentioned the tree thing. If you think about it a little bit, say Aaron's head grew back into the Titan body. Inside the puddle, you had that worm thing. Would a new worm thing be in the tree? Because that shouldn't be there anymore. Whatever. Aaron always tried to look tough. Yeah. I'm debating whether to watch or read it or not. Since, I mean, you're here. Just watch it. Even if you didn't like it, I think you'll like what the anime did. Mappa took so long for AOT. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It doesn't feel like yeah, it's just been stretched out such a long time that it does. For me, I have such a hard time feeling that it's ended. Did Mikasa just dead ass walk her ass back? Yeah, people are that was one of the things people were bitching about. I remember. Yeah, she walked on water and went back to the island. I'm sure, like, if you want to take this seriously, I'm sure she got back there not right away. She probably hit the Aaron head. I don't know, with that thing decay, she probably like turned that into like beef jerky and then planted that thing. Did you ever watch the Attack on Titan historical footage by Kane Pexels? That no. One video was the final fight. Is that supposed to be like some fan animation? I don't think I ever saw any of the. Not for AOT. I don't think I saw it for other anime, like One Punch Man. I've seen them. Was it an anime? No. This was the new ending for the manga after the volume came out for Menace. That is asking. It looks like actual Regal footage. Is that like one of the Godzilla things that they did in like a live action? I'm still trying to process that AOT is like over. Yeah, it'll sink in for me. I think I'll be walking down, or what I need to do. I need to do some stuff later. I'll be walking down the street, and then it'll hit me, and I'll start like ugly crying right there on the spot. Hopefully, no one's around. I'm glad there are reoccurring questions and frustration with anime only. I could only imagine. The meme of AOT never ending can finally. Was that a meme? I know there was a meme of like AOT being split into so many parts, but only Ymir knows that got left in. That was one of the parts I wish was either not done or changed. 10 years of AOT. Bro, it's been longer than 10 years. We've had the manga earlier. I just finished the episode 10. Oh, the episode 10 seconds ago. Welcome. Join us. You're one of us now. Dude, it's been 3 years. Maybe it was 2018. I don't remember. Yeah, time flies. So I'm telling you, the Corona years. After 10 years, Potato Girl could rest in peace. I actually wanted to. There was this like AOT wine that I bought. I don't know what happened to it when I moved over to this new place. I wanted to drink that on stream since I kind of just forgot about it. I couldn't find it though. Oh well. There was a one shot in 2016. Aside from the anime, thank you for the monthly reviews. Thank you for watching. Since the Morley arc. No, good to see you here. How long would it take to either Vagabond or Berserk if they get an adaptation? Berserk, the whole situation with Berserk, the author passing away. I believe the manga is still somehow continuing, at least for a little bit. The thing is, for manga where the author is has passed away and it's kind of just stopped midway, the anime doesn't continue. You have like examples of like High School of the Dead that never continued, even though I think they have enough for like maybe not a full season, but like 6 episodes. I don't see that continuing. I don't. I'm not at all. I've read some of the Vagabond series. I don't know what's going on with that though. It's been a while. I believe that's on hiatus, isn't it? Is the kid at the dog? Is a kid? Is the kid with the dog at the end of the credits one of Mikasa? I mean, again, if you want to think about it like that, they put the scarf on the kid for a reason. So you're left. If you want to interpret it like that, you can. I can't believe there are still people salty about the ending. There was no area of effect. They're stuck to the manga ending. Please get over it. Yeah, I think for anyone that bought into that's the thing too, because when I was getting to the ending, I have like a Google Doc of like stupid ass crazy theories that I came up with that I haven't seen anyone else talk about. But as I was not me, but we were getting closer to the ending, I'm like, there's a good chance whatever stuff I came up with is over not no, not only stupid, overly complex. So I don't see that happening. Um, yeah, that's the other thing too. Like I think people saw this with like you see this often or saw this often with like superhero movies. Like notably, like there was a whole thing with like Doctor Strange and what was the other one? Ant Man that people had some expectations of like and they bought their own theories and then they were like extremely disappointed when they didn't get that in the actual movie. Not to say that those movies didn't have their own issues. Oh, Pony Canyon released the oh yeah, someone mentioned that. I like Doctor Strange. There were so many things I forgot about it though. Uh number 2. Why didn't Aaron do the rumbling? Cuz I just feel like it, bro. Yeah. I I kind of wish they changed that or not included it. Aaron being a dummy. Armin taking responsibility for motivating Aaron and Aaron's plan not working 100% was the best part of the ending. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. If I could point to a single thing that I think the anime improved was that scene, which I think we got murmurs that they were going to change or um do that. Or I don't know. I might have read that on like on Twitter or X, whatever the hell it's called. I was confused when it showed Ymir killing King Fritz with the spear. It wasn't Ymir, was it? And she was holding her baby's cry. The kid's crying. So that was a scene where that happened. She didn't. No, no, no. So that wasn't her killing. That was when he got stabbed with the. Wait. No, no. I'm thinking about that wrong. I'm getting that confused. So I think you're right in how you actually wrote that. That let me think about that because I think that's what Ymir would have preferred had happened because originally she took she sacrificed herself and got stabbed. I think originally she that was part of the regret that she felt that she wanted to not save that old bastard's life and being stuck with the kids, but that didn't happen. No, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, that it originally happened the other way. Yeah, yeah, it's a what if scenario. Which we saw part of Aaron and Mikasa's what if scenario if they had just run away. Um, actually, Aaron's plan worked for many years. That's the thing. That's one thing that a lot of people don't realize. Aaron's plan didn't work for many years. It worked for decades, maybe centuries. The one thing is that you could easily point. I think one of the things that unfortunately has um I don't want to say helped not it feels weird wording it like this, that since the AOT manga has ended, we have seen examples in our own world about wars happening during peaceful times. So I think it just makes it a little bit more realistic that, hey, whatever peace had been brought up to Paradise Island, that's not going to last forever. That's not. Um, I think one of the I mentioned it. This is one when I went back to, like, overall, talking about the message of, like, the manga, that I forgot who it was. It might have been Yelena or one of the people around her that mentioned that no future is guaranteed for, like, a specific empire or country. So this is just going in lines with that. I think it was Yelena. People forget there was always gonna be, yeah, I mean, there's war going on, right? There's one, I don't know if you call that a war. There's one place fighting, and then there's the thing happening with Russia at the moment that you could point to. Mikasa was the protagonist all along. I wish, for anyone that mentioned, one of the things I would change, I wish they had explained that a little bit better, because even then when they just brought it up in the manga, I'm like, I mean, not the manga, in the anime scene, I'm like, what? It kind of feels out of nowhere. Like, there are parallels to that, but kind of, I wish the whole scene was done better. I don't know if the island got destroyed. My characters got to live a life. Yes, everyone, which was actually, this was actually a complaint about the original ending, and I guess in addition to the new ending, that you went through all this fighting, you went through all the hardship of fighting the Colossal Titans, the Titans of the past on the big ass founding Titan body, and no, you're like, this is how you could tell this is a shonen anime. No one died, of course, besides Eren. Yelena was stuck with Riz Lord. Yeah, yes, they got stuck together. I believe they got a new scene. It looked like she was either tired or I don't know. There was something going on with her. Well, Titans return. Titans. There's a not 100% chance, but there's like a good chance. There is a decent chance they return from Eren's tree this time. Eren keeps on multiplying. He could multiply. He should have multiplied a little bit more when he was alive, if you know what I mean. That unique that unique touch was a bad touch. What? What? What does that even mean? Yelena was grieving. Yeah, she was grieving that Zeke. Was she staring at a baseball? Oh, I know what you mean. They showed the baseball thing afterwards. Okay. I thought she was just taking it easy. So what Terox is mentioning, someone mentioned that the song title is called 20,000 Years Later, like implying that, hey, Paradise Island got bombed 20, which I'm like, all right, they got to cyberpunk land 20,000 years later, which I'm like, they're probably not even on Earth at that point anymore. But yeah, you got 20,000 years of the Eldian Empire surviving. Maybe the real Attack on Titan was the friends we made all along. Yes. And that's gonna be like the main theme of like One Piece when it ends. Historia baby kind of looks like Eren. We have an Eren Historia shipper. If the plan was to if the plan is to stop war forever, then Zeke's plan would have been the only solution. The second best possible thing. What was Wait, how would Zeke's plan stop war forever? Because that was a sterilization thing, wasn't it? You could still have war in that situation. That doesn't Not with Titans. I mean, humans are still around to kill each other. I'm with you. The anime made the manga tolerable. Levi became a stranger, giving candy. Yeah, Did they cut the scene of Levi being pushed around by Gabby and Falco? I forget his name. The OST isn't. Yeah, wait. The OST isn't called 20,000 years. Later, actually, the op. So where are people getting this 20,000 years from? War will not end. So the Mikasa and Eren bang inside the path. Yeah, I mean, he there is a good chance Eren hooked up with his hot Asian sister. I mean, people are more interested about Mikasa passing away on her deathbed with still with the scarf. What was Yumi obsessed with Mikasa? Was she living through her obsession with Eren? I mean, that's the one thing that I wish was explained. I forget about the whole worm thing or the whole Titan situation, which I still think they should have left vague instead of what they half that half-ass explanation. I really wish Isayama came out and explained what exactly. I mean, the pieces are there. I just wish it was more concrete. Like, why was Ymir waiting for Mikasa? The ending thing, which is shown in the credits, is okay. So the ending credit. But someone just mentioned that it wasn't 2000. You guys are telling me both things. I wonder how that scarf smell after all those years. It smelled like Mikasa. Eren is nowhere near that scent. So you could probably sell that on eBay. Forget about selling your bathwater. Here's a Mikasa a, a a scarf with Mikasa's funk on it. People would buy that. That'd be worth like 500,000. So Eren was a slave to freedom, and Mikasa was to Eren. I mean, in a way, yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much you want to interpret slave as, but there was definitely a lot of devotion to that. The scarf lasted more than my hair. What? Uh, just one half. Yeah, just a half. It's not worth 1,000,000. Did the anime actually end? The anime is over. Go watch it. Well, we might still be here in an hour and a half. The best option to stop all war is to destroy all humanity and put anti-war agenda into the mind of every Eldian. I mean, be like Thanos or like Thanos times 2. The best way to stop all war is to just kill everyone. What was the original the meme of Eren that was going on? That was like, oh, I can't be was it I can't be racers or something if there's like no race left. Just wipe out everyone and yourself included. That'll guarantee no human war. Oh, there'll probably be like some that you'll go back to like the Planet of the Apes movie. Honestly, Eren should have just wished for aliens to invade. Yes, we're going with the alien. We're turning this into Trigger. Bring on the alien ending. Erwin said humanity would not stop until yes. That's the thing. Eren could have actually wiped out everyone except for himself, and then no more war. Eren could kill 80%, but not 90 to make Paradise Island safe. Okay, if there was another change, I didn't like the phrasing of the 80% thing. I wish he said because how would you know? I wish he and maybe it's implied, but I just wish he said about 80%, about 90%. Like there should be he's connected to Eldians. He's not connected to all of the people on the planet. He shouldn't know there's 80%. Or did he just stomp out 80% of the world? Which again, how would you know? I've been falling for you for a long time. I remember watching your videos weekly of the SAO was so much fun. I'm glad. Thank you for sticking around. I just uh did we rewatch I feel it's recently, but we rewatched season 3 maybe a few months ago. He did proper math calculations. That's the thing. He wouldn't know. How do you know you killed 80%? It'd be more realistic if he said, "I stomped out 80% of the world." I personally hope Mikasa stays single forever. No, that's sad. Just move on. Make another Ackerman. Speaking of which, are the Ackermans still active? Are they still like superhuman? No, you gotta make another Ackerman part Asian kid. Let's see. Also, Aaron said he killed his mom. It's so messed up. I hate that. I don't even want to think about that. How much did they actually change from the manga ending? It seemed to flow a little better. It- Unless I'm forgetting some things, which I didn't reread the chapter before this. The biggest change for the anime was just the whole interaction with Armin and Aaron at the very end. It made that flow a lot better, and I think it's very likely that's what Isayama intended, but it just didn't come out that well. Garbage ending. Here you have another person. He wouldn't know for real. Exactly. How did Mikasa make it back to Paradise Island? And that's the thing. We've had this discussion before when the manga came out. She didn't get back there right away. She probably took I'm more interested in how Mikasa made it back and with the head not rotting, which maybe it doesn't if you're like part Titan. Ymir Love King, yeah. Again, I wish some things were either not said or explained better. Question: who does Mikasa visit the grave with? Why not Armin? They 100% added to the Armin Aaron conversation because it wasn't nearly that long. I thought it was long. It was just different. Thoughts on Koni's mom coming back? Yeah, good for him. Um, I mean, they forgot about the mom. Besides the episode when what's his name was trying to brush her teeth. No, listen, cuz if it's actually John, Mikasa's making him wear. Yeah. Here's the thing: for people that actually do think or want to so strongly believe the two got together. Again, like if Bisayama has confirmed this anywhere, tell me. If they're having some fun, some sexy time at nighttime. Jean dressed up as Aaron one time, and let's just say he's probably done it more than once in their lifetime. The episode is out. Go watch it. It's in like an hour and a half. What are the chances we're getting a continuation of SAO? We already are. They confirmed the movie. We're getting that. I'm sure that's been delayed because of Corona. Mikasa and Strangers better than John. Ah. It's seriously, the overall feeling of the ending was convenient to confusing to bittersweet. I do think it felt, if there was anyone that would argue that this felt very shonen like, it would be the final battle. No one died, and I think the only one that got lasting damage was Levi. He lost his leg, he lost his eye. The the eye thing was earlier, but he lost his he couldn't walk anymore. Have you played the I wish I had time to play games. I have time to play like the occasional app game, especially those that sponsor me in the past. Like, dude, I am so behind on just watching anime. What I do want to play, and it'd be the first game that I play whenever I find time. I want to play the new Pigman game. I've always been a huge fan. I've not played number 3, but fuck it, I want to play number 4 whenever. Hopefully, like I don't know. I'm going to the US. Maybe I'll have time over there. Just bringing the Switch along. 80% of the population died. What are we talking about? No, I'm specifically talking about like the actual like yes, people in general died, but it's like faceless characters. We're specifically talking about the actual like for the final fight. No one died. The only one that got hurt was I guess Levi got handicapped. Am I losing my voice? Live stream the Pigman game, dude. I'm actually glad that there's been no issues so far. My stuff is ancient. I need to upgrade all my gear. Like, I don't think I'd be able to stream a game without my laptop blowing up. You into Black Butler? I've seen like the first season. Rest in peace, Zeke. Question: in the manga, Mikasa visited the grave with the child. Do you think that's hers? Why did they remove? What was that not in the anime? That's the thing. Someone's gonna go back and like, and I'm thinking they may even release like high quality versions of like the small panels, and people are gonna dissect and like AI enhance everything, and people are gonna find out, or like this is when it's gonna confirm for some people, like, hey, Mikasa hooked up with so and so and so and so. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these panels get released like on Twitter or something later on. Why didn't they at least show more relationships at the end? Didn't okay. Reiner's with no one. I guess wait. Armin and Annie, that's a confirmed one. Jean maybe or may not be with Mikasa according to what you believe. Um Reiner, who's Reiner with? Reiner has potentially peak. Levi has no one. Forever alone. Reiner became a simp. No, 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 no. Reiner has always been a simp. He didn't become a simp. Is Historia's baby important? People put more importance to it in the manga, and it didn't turn out to be that important, or it turned out to be a misdirect, if you want to go by that. Oh yeah, yeah, and I'm forgetting. Historia and Farmer Dude, the farmer boy. What is it that interests you about AOT as a whole? I mean, so many things. We could be here for a long time. I mean, strictly for the anime. I mean, for me as someone that's watched so much anime, one of the things that just stands out, besides like certain animation scenes, is just the soundtrack. You know what makes or breaks anime? It's just having a damn good soundtrack. Even if the animation's bad, even if there some dialogue is lacking, the a really good god tier soundtrack, or it doesn't even need to go to that level. It's like Yukihiro Sawano and what's her name? There's some other people. That is like chef's kiss that you need. There definitely wasn't a child near the tree except the kid Eren and Mikasa, but that was a flashback. Wasn't a child. We did get the child though. We did get the kid with the dog at the very end. Um Characters have a bit too much plot armor. You see those side characters die. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that's if you want to call it niche or nitpick. Everyone got out scot free, mostly. Ben Aaron Shippuden, yes, that's gonna become a meme. Or hopefully that meme comes back. Who do Eldians represent? Japanese or European? I thought they were like, I thought they were like everyone knew they were like a parallel to what happened with in Germany, them being oppressed. They're definitely not Japanese, or they're not supposed to be. The only one that was supposed to be Japanese is Mikasa. And even then, that kind of, I don't know, that whole plot line with her, you're reminding me of things that I wish either didn't happen or just it felt like wasted potential. Some call the kid from the Eren Baron, and Baron is actually a character from Token. Dude, we've all been saying Baron, and it's not because of it's just the whole Boruto beam. If you're thinking it's a character from Token, that may be the case, but it's just a coincidence. Maybe. Or maybe not underthinking? Overthinking? Aaron needs more explanation. Is the kid in a ascendant of it could be. Could be. I mean, the one you put things in the story for a reason. The kid had a scarf. I mean, so there's an obvious connection if you want it to be. Let me turn this um thing down. So code. I feel like there's so many plot holes. But you got to tell us what the plot holes are. People I think people overuse the term plot holes when it's not necessarily a plot hole. It's just an issue that you've had with the story. I hate Gabby. She's annoying. I actually enjoy the Gabby's voice actress. I thought she did an amazing job. Why are we not able to watch Eureka 7? Dude, you're in the wrong place. We're talking about AOT. If Mikasa were a dude, she wouldn't have this many fans. She'd be deemed a creepy stalker, I bet. Would she? I think if she were a dude, this whole story would be pretty different. I'm so sad, bro. No, don't be sad. Be glad. People try and compare Code Geass and AOT ending, but it couldn't be any more. I extremely disagree. These are extremely similar. If anything, this also I'm actually glad they're like yes, we don't like that AOT was delayed. If I could say one positive thing about AOT being delayed, at least the anime, we have some distance between the very horrible ending for Game of Thrones and AOT. I know that was I forget, but I think they ended around the same time, and that comparison was there nonstop. AOT was a romance story all along. There was definitely romance there. If anything, one of the weaker points is any romance that was, I want to say, existed or present in AOT. That was definitely one of the weaker parts about the story. Isayama is not good with the romance. AOT / every other anime. The ending is bad. It's still my favorite anime of all time. Hey, that's an interesting take. You don't have to like the ending. You can still enjoy the journey. Denji's motivation, Aaron's freedom. You know, are they that much different? I could see Denji doing the Aaron scene. But would he be doing it for what's her name? Makima. No, I can't live. I can't imagine Makima with another man. Denji is a Coomer. What is a Coomer? Is that like an opposite of like a Kruger? Author is gonna release some chapters. I heard about that. I don't know if that was confirmed. Even Oda is better at romance than Isayama. Maybe. Can you please name some of your favorite anime? I mean, just go. I mean, you know what I like. It's on my banner page. It's on my just check out my like top 10 anime of the year that I've done, which I still haven't released the one from last year. That's coming up. Yeah. Confirmed with an art book. Oh yeah, yeah. I think I heard about that. No, Aaron's Next Generation. Not confirmed. That's all rumors and speculation, and some people want it to happen. Yeah, showing Historia and that farmer dude with their kid. What the hell am I missing? You're not missing anything. They hooked up. Romance is definitely not the strongest. Yeah, I think people also miss the part about romance is that this coming from a Japanese perspective. One of the things that people totally missed what the was the whole what was it? Aaron asking Mikasa, "Oh, what am I to you?" That is in Japanese culture that be seen as a confession scene. It's called a confess. People refer to that in Japanese as a confession scene or Aaron's confession, which I could see why. Like it for non-Japanese, not English speakers, it 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 doesn't really seem like that. Did you read? Oh no, I didn't read any fan fiction. Remember when you used to make Darling in the Franks video? Yes. Before that went extremely bad. We don't talk about this past episode 15. The anime stopped after episode 15. Unfortunately, it never continued. Read the manga. Read the manga. Japanese romance is much different than Western romance. Yes. It very much is. And dating in general, the whole confession, there's a lot of things that are totally different, which yeah, compared I'm thinking like Japan is actually very similar, I've heard, like to Korea and China. I feel like this was the ending Tokyo Ghoul author wanted to give us but was scared him. I thought it felt very similar leading up to that. I'm forgetting some of the things that happened with the Tokyo Ghoul ending. Besides, like main, I don't think anyone went like the main character definitely didn't die in that. I don't think. Over here in Aaron in the UK, Aaron's question to Mikasa would have been seen it. Yeah, that's the thing. And I don't blame anyone for not knowing that because it's just not a thing for like I guess I want to say America, but like in the West, I'll say Western for now. Like at least um I'm, I'm also including like the US, Canada, maybe, and Europe. Bro, we are all getting nostalgic. Yes, that's why we're here. Celebrating this anime, I guess, or this story that we have been a part of for 10 years. I mean, I recall watching this back. I watched the first episode. It was before, I think I would have watched it. Um, it would have been like in my vision, but there was a friend that actually told me, hey, we should go drink and watch anime. And one of the things he put up was like the first episode of AOT. And that's how I started watching it. AOT is literally East versus West script writing, though it didn't seem rushed. It felt complete. There were some parts that felt rushed or some things that could have been polished. When I first heard the question, I was like, okay, Aaron, weird question asked, but giving him more thought, it definitely makes more sense why he asked that instead of just saying, I like you. Yeah, they're not. And I think that scene is made more clear by the fact that you have like this what if alternate reality type of thing where, hey, if those two would have ran off together, abandoned all hope, they would have hooked up. I was 9 when it started. Wow. Wow. I could finally die in peace. You could finally die reading One Piece. This is the next. Everyone's jumped over to One Piece now that AOT's ended. Shingeki comes to an end. I wish they explained the season 1 Eren Blue Titan. I think that was the anime original thing. Um, was that wasn't blue, was it? Do you mean the eyes? Man, Paradise got totally toasted at the end, but guess Flock was right. I mean, depending on how you're looking at this, everyone was right to some, or not everyone, but a lot of people were right to some extent. Again, I mean, like, what was it? The one that was either Yelena or like, it might have been a Jakob one that mentioned that there is no country that has a guaranteed future, especially if they did die or Paradise Island did get devastated 20, even 2,000 years into the, even a few hundred years into the future. That would have been enough for me, I think. Um, yeah, I'm not even gonna touch that manish. Why was there no Levi in London scene? All right, so that was actually one of the things they changed, or I don't think he was in some place, but Levi instead was giving candy. He was the old man giving the old veteran wounded guy giving candy to little kids. What time does it premiered? I want to say like 8 hours ago. Technically over 12 hours ago, Japan time. When did you blow up on YouTube? I would say I've never really blown up. There was never really a period where the channel got like, it was always steady. But definitely covering stuff like AOT, My Hero Academia, SAO were popular videos. Thoughts on Flock's character progression? Was he like an anarchist? Is that how it's spelled? Anarchist? I don't know. Here's the thing: for people that have read the manga, I didn't really like Flock in the manga. Maybe because of you don't have things like voices, so you're reading in a particular way. Plus, especially if you're reading the English version, you miss some things that are some nuances in Japanese. I very much liked Flock's character in the anime. 4 hours ago for subs. Huh? Oh, yeah, when the LT episode dropped. In Gias, the world is saved and the story ends, while in ALT the world is saved and explains the realistic story behind the realistic history behind the story. Technically, if you go by the Code Geass movie, not everything is at peace, which I don't know if they explain that was a different timeline or something, but you could go watch the movie. I need to rewatch that. Um, remember how much the manga readers hated Gabby? Oh no, manga reader. There are some. There's still a lot of hate for Gabby. I saw so much. I saw dedicated people like on Twitter and like not like writing essays about how much they hate Gabby, and also making weird. I want to. I don't know. It's not called fan art, or would it be fan art of like just gore pictures of Gabby? I'm like, how free are you to make this type of stuff? It's so weird. And you're totally fine to hate Gabby. Like I like I like parts of Gabby. I think things that I don't like about Gabby are things that she's not responsible for. I mean, there's just how Isayama wrote the story. I feel very lost on Eren's motivation. Was he unable to control his actions because his mind was overcome by the founder, or does he have control and decided to destroy 80% of the world? So, just addressing the last bit, at least how I initially interpreted, and I think it makes it even clearer in the anime that originally Eren's plan was to destroy the entire world, as in like um anyone that's not an Eldian. That way, only Eldian people are left, and that way they would be left to their own devices. The thing about that is that Eren also gave his friends freedom to fight against the option he chose, which you now get into him being stopped right before the end. So it's if Eren was never stopped, 100% of the world would have been wiped out. His friends stopped him at 80%. The one thing is that I do have issue with saying that is that it's weird when he said 80% because how would he know? It if he says about 80%, yeah, okay. About but he said I don't know, maybe I need to go look at the phrasing again. Maybe it's just my hiccup on it. So because he got stopped, it's what his friends chose, and now they have to deal with the consequences. I think Aaron did not know what he was doing himself. I think there's enough that was said by Aaron, especially in some other phrasing at the very end, that you are very well fine in believing that because that some of the stuff he said could be interpreted in that way. If you have the founder, what do you have done, and what would you do in you place? So you're asking how I would have handled it. I think again, maybe it's naive, but I mentioned this in the past. One of the things is that initially they did have the whole rumbling. Remember, they wanted to do the initial plan was to do the rumbling demonstration, attack, use some of the colossal titans in the district, and attack Marley. They never did that plan. That would have been my first option. Just go try and do that. Like maybe it's naive of me of thinking, hey, we show the world we have nukes, and if you're not going to be peaceful with us. We're gonna use more nukes. So literally there was a war. Yeah, I think eventually people, whatever world, like the Attack on Titan world, escalated or advanced to the point where you'd be able to have a World War, I guess the equivalent of World War III, which we haven't experienced, where everything would have been just decimated. When I hear people say, "Nah, this is a real Aaron, he never changed," I always thought to myself, change and growth are two different things. I think he grew to the point of I mean, you saw natural character growth of Aaron. You saw him grow to the point of the Aaron in season 3, which I think he did grow up. I think he just never really found an actual solution. Which again, it kind of goes at one point you start when you have issues with the character, you eventually get to the point like I mentioned this in my I mentioned this in my video on the second channel talking about Mushoku, where at one point when you have issues with the character, how much is it the character's fault, and how much is it the at one point how much is it on the author? And at one point, I'm like, it's not really on Aaron anymore. Like, not necessarily that you need to forgive or like the character despite whatever issues you have with it, but or that specific character. But you do have to acknowledge it's the author that didn't succeed in some of these aspects. Hopefully, that made a little bit of sense. To be honest, this is one of the endings. There are so many endings if you're really thinking about it. There are so many endings. This is starting to sound like freaking Loki and like multiverse type of stuff. Maybe it's just since that's everywhere nowadays. Um everyone was basically a slave to his fate and his yearning for freedom. Yeah. I think to be fair, I wish he mentioned it was just a passing line, but they did mention how Aaron, one of the things that Aaron saw these multiple paths, and they all led to the destruction of Eldia or something along those lines. I wish we saw some of that just to see like concrete examples. Like, hey, maybe they did try the in one version of one timeline, they did try to destroy um Marley with like a mini colossal, a mini rumbling. Maybe in the second, this other separate one, they tried to knock things out and got destroyed immediately, instead of it just being a passing line. Do you like Vinland Saga? Yes, I need to. I read the manga. I read the manga past whatever. Sorry, getting off topic, but I read the manga up until whatever the manga currently covered, the farm arc. Past that, I need to watch the anime though. Aaron into the Titanverse coming soon. Oh, if that's coming soon, that's gonna get delayed for like I don't know, a couple years. I wonder, how do you think Scout Aaron would have reacted to his older self? I don't know. And it's such Scout Aaron was that's the thing. Originally, the if you go back to season one, Aaron, he was like the typical, very typical shonen protagonist to some extent. I think he wouldn't even recognize his older self. Maybe they'll make alternate universe non-canon movies like Dragon. I don't know how you can make a movie. That's the thing. I could see you making like alternate, not even timelines, but a special. I don't see a full movie. He was loud as fuck. Yeah. Uh, I'm trying to think back because I've forgotten a lot of like the stuff in season one. Like Aaron was, I remember that's part of the reason why I never really, not that I didn't dislike or hated the Aaron character at the beginning of AOT season one. He was kind of just like, eh. I did think Armin and Mikasa at the time were much more interesting back in season one, and because they were a little bit more different than the typical shonen character at that point. We've of course gotten several more examples. Where you watch it, go Crunchyroll, go Hulu, go depending on where you are, it may be on Netflix. So there is a blog hole about the Azumabito clan. What was a blog hole? So that's the thing. I remember a lot of people saying there's so many plot holes when the original manga ended, and then when we got the alternate updated ending, yet they never mention what these plot holes are. If you think there is a plot hole, please mention in detail what you think the plot hole is. I think for a lot of these people are saying it's not a plot hole. It may be like an issue that you have, which is totally fine. It's just not a plot hole. Who was your favorite from throughout the anime that you legit stuck with? Do you mean characters? I mean, I really liked Irwin. Sounds cliche. Levi. Again, you go back to this is actually one of the things that someone else brought up earlier. Like, it's not. I did think there are parts of Levi being written stupid just to nerf him. Again, this is you get to the point where it's like, do you blame the character or do you blame the author? And for me, it's like this is clearly an issue with Isayama's writing, or not even blaming the author, just blame the writing, which of course goes back to Isayama, depending on how you want to phrase it. Um, I ended up really liking. People always say I hated Flock, but I ended up liking Flock as a character. He and there was some character progression there. Reiner, I actually really ended up. I think I liked Reiner more in the first 3 seasons than I did Aaron. Maybe, maybe because maybe not the first 3, but you get okay, I'm forgetting when you actually get, like, more of his backstory. Was that season 4? I like Annie. I think what was done with her was pretty much wasted. I liked the very little that we got of her. It was not worth waiting, and I'm pretty sure Isayama originally had a different plan for Annie years and years ago, because remember, the manga was supposed to end around chapter 90 before the time skip. So what they were doing with Annie, potentially Annie would have always stayed inside the crystal. Or actually, people forget. I wouldn't put it past um, the original story being much different in that for you guys, I haven't played it, but I've seen the cutscenes of the one of the Attack on Titan games, which includes a cutscene of the warriors rescuing Annie. Potentially, that would have been a one of the potential storylines that Isayama was going to go with if the manga ended before the time skip. Them going out and busting Annie out of the jail or wherever the hell she was. The ending is still bad. I originally didn't like Peak, but yeah. I mean, there's not much of Peak compared to the other characters, but what little the anime, especially what the anime did of Peak, I really enjoyed her. Like, I think she was potentially a throwaway character in the manga, but I think the anime made her, especially with her voice actors, gave her much more. Um, I remember in your older AOT videos, you always clown on Reiner's ass. Always made me. Yeah, I. Here's the thing: if I like, if I'm making fun of you or just joking about you, it's because I like you. It's like some people always think I always mess around with like Boruto's dad, but I've gotten more fond about the whole that whole series as a whole. Bro, the sequence where Peak was struggling to walk. I like that. I like that. Okay, so can I do a poll here? Um, let me okay. Let me do a quick poll. I actually recorded. I don't know if I was gonna release it or edit it. I actually recorded a reaction of me watching the episode. Do you guys want me to upload that? Probably be tomorrow. Um, give me a second. Okay. Uh, it'd be most of. I don't know how. It'd probably be most of what YouTube allows me to upload. That's the thing. Should it be? If you guys do, I'll probably upload it tomorrow morning. What day is it today? It's Sunday. It's Sunday here. So it'd probably be like tomorrow. All right, let me get some my I'm losing my voice. Let me go drink some water. Aaron is totally mentally unstable. I don't know why people have a problem with this breakdown, honestly. Even if it was yeah, that's the thing. It it just looks really bad. If you like step away from I think it also looks really bad for people that just idolized Aaron to such an extent. We need to get poll results to 80%. There you go. Make it 80%. All right, I gotta check if the thing has no issues, but if it doesn't, I'll upload it. How do I minimize? Okay, I minimized it. Let's see. The thing is, Lush was mentally unstable, but who knows how to make the ending good. The thing too is that you you're of course going to get a lot of comparisons to Code Geass because it's like literally one of the most infamous, like up there with Death Note type of like you know what the ending is for that series. It's it's one of those beginner anime that a lot of people get into after watching Death Note. Some people may like that, some people may not. I will mention Death Note is not the only one that's done that. Um, there's other series that's done it, but again, you're getting into the spoilers. Uh, they actually changed a lot for the AOT 2, the game. You could actually rescue the Levi's. Whoa, can you? Again, like, I'm pretty sure those are like alternate what if scenarios. I think they toned down his hysteria crying in the manga. He was more mature in the anime. People just grew too attached to. Yeah, I would agree with that. There was yeah, I to some extent I can't blame people for growing that attached to like the Chad Aaron. He wrote himself into a corner the last 3 chapters. Here's the thing, I think I was gonna mention this earlier, but I do think so for some people that mentioned whether this thing was rushed, we needed more, at least more chapters of Aaron's point of view. I think that would have helped eventually getting into that, like, that specific moment. The problem with idolizing fictional characters, I mean, mentioning that, we also get into the point of another point that I mentioned earlier, where you have all these theories that you eventually buy into your own theories, and when you don't get what you don't want, when you don't get what you're expecting, it just is a huge turnoff. There is no way to make everyone happy with the ending. I would agree with that. I would also say that just like again, people forget. People were originally really positive. Go back to the poll I made on at least like within the AOT community. People are overall positive or at least satisfied with the original ending. It wasn't until one, time passed, and two, we got the updated ending that people turned on the series. That when you flip from positive to negative. Um since we now got this ending in the anime, there's multiple things I saw while watching this episode where I'm like, okay, people are not gonna like that. People are not gonna like this. There's multiple things, and for some people, it's it's gonna add up to just flipping them over. Like, hey, I like this. Hey, I'm neutral on this. There were too many things I didn't like about this. Now it gets me into not feeling a little sour about it. Did Coney and John die? No, they're there. To be honest, I think showing a little bit more hobo Aaron and Marley would have helped show Aaron's point of view. Yeah. I mean, it didn't even necessarily have to be hobo Aaron, but something bad. Not exactly Shigura clan. What's Shigura? Is that the Naruto thing? I need your reaction to Beaks running down the spear. Oh, yeah. That'll be included. All right. So it looks like everyone wants it. I'll work on that. Uh, it'll probably be go up early tomorrow. Uh, um, Calif, what is it? U.S. time. So morning U.S. time. Was it anyone else mad about the end credits? I think everyone was totally fine with it for the most part, unless you were also expecting to get what you might call it, getting a confirmation. 139 chapters total. No, that was not a coincidence. That was on purpose. Unfortunately, I do think. Oh God, I do think Isayama rushed himself a bit, not completely, just to end on that specific arbitrary number. Like, I don't think it. I think the manga could have been good with another, not even two, three, four, or five chapters. People definitely kept their expectations for a new ending too high. Yeah, I mean, if you were expecting a new ending like radically different, you were setting yourself up for failure. I don't know what they were expecting if there was a new ending though. Who dies in the final battle? No one died. Everyone lived happily ever after. Oh, we're someone mentioned Shigura clan. Was that you? No one died. Everyone's besides 80% of the world. And besides some of the historic titans. Aaron died, yes. Aaron, besides Aaron, which we all thought was gonna die. I think you could go back to my what was it? When Aaron started the attack on Marley, that's when I said it's very likely Aaron's gonna die. Um I hated the end credit scene. There was a war all over Aaron's grave. That's the thing. Aaron would have been seen as like the new Hitler, the new, I don't know, insert like infamous bad person here. That grave should have been unmarked, so they shouldn't have even known. If they knew that was Aaron's grave, someone would have destroyed it. Someone would have just nuked it out of principle. I'm sure there's someone that would have been like just bombed it. People have done a lot more for less. Also, during the cliff, people getting pushed. There was a baby getting passed. Is no, the baby's not important. I would not technically not important. If you saw the thing in the manga, it just looked. Just their imagery was very. It just symbolic. Just it gets you if you see it in the manga. In the anime, not so much. I think. I would say that, am I forgetting, or did that was that a new scene for the anime where they show the baby actually surviving? Maybe it was just, it was like a throwaway panel. Did someone die in the final episode? Eren died, and that was it. Eren is a Kang the Conqueror. Oh, we don't talk about Kang the Conqueror, especially with the troubles that Major's having. Oh god, I hope that gets resolved. Jean should have died. All right, who should have died? Let me actually make that a poll. Actually, we're ending this. Give me a second. Okay. Oh no, that's a Q&A. Making a poll. Who should have died? Let's see. Levi, Reiner. How many options can I add? I could only add 4 options. Crap. Armin, other. All right. Like again, as much as I like Levi, I think it really felt like they were setting him up to die. And they purposely nerfed him, which I'm trying to think. Was there any point in any of the fights where Levi being nerfed, where it felt like Levi was nerfed, where if Levi was at full Ackerman strength, he could have done something that he didn't already do. Eren doomed Mikasa to a life of heartbreak. She was happiest in death. Yeah. I don't think they showed her face in the anime. I didn't want to see Reiner spelling Historia's handwriting. Yeah, that should get turned into a meme. Okay, so people are saying number one is other, which fortunately the poll only gives me 4 options: Levi, Reiner, and Armin. So people generally aren't up against Armin dying. I didn't want to. Oh, okay. I thought Levi was the only one that shouldn't have died. Levi deserved a happy, calm life. Here's the thing, I would agree with that, but I think there were just several places in the actual story, several moments where he could have gotten a historic death. Which did I say historic? Heroic death. Do you like JoJo? You know I like JoJo. His nerf did a meal. Yeah. No, you're right. That was it. That was they only used Isayama only used them to get him rid of Levi in one fight. I'm Polish, and I literally heard Polish people generally supporting the idea of prophylactic carbon. Oh, wow, really? Yes, Levi killed. Oh, you're my yes. Okay, I'm forgetting. Everyone forgot. No one mentioned it up until now. Levi killed Zeke. Zeke also died. The 2 Jaeger brothers died. Did the Ackerman lose their powers at what as well? I'm assuming. Levi never recovered. Levi was handicapped. Levi's gonna be walking around with a spoon for like the rest of his life. So yeah, I'm assuming those powers are gone. Did someone eat Eren and succeed him? No, Eren's head got planted unless Mikasa was like chowing down on that head. Eren became a tree over like 20,000 years. So do you agree the manga ending, the manga was rushed and the end? Here's the thing for people got mad at me for saying I didn't think the manga ending was rushed. I think you have not rushed here, you have rushed, and what happened was somewhere in the middle. It was a little rushed. And it also depends on what people's definition of rushed is. I think we needed more chapters, like just to put it bluntly. Levi finally fulfilled Erwin's command to waste the beast titan. He did, but Zeke kind of just handed himself over to like Levi and did just see those Zeke monkey butt cheeks. I don't know if that was in the manga. It was just mooning everyone. He's like, I'm gonna make people remember me. Did Mikasa really have Ackerman powers? It almost looked like they explained her weird powers and speed was directed. Yeah. I don't no, okay. So you're mixing up a few things. It was the headaches that turned out to be related to Ymir for again, I wish they explained that better. The Ackerman powers were the same as Levi and Kenny. Which indirectly relates back to Ymir, but they never really fully dove into that, which given how Isayama explained the worm power, I'm glad that he didn't dive more into that. Isn't it an Ackerman ability that it's impossible for an Ackerman to die? Kenny died. I mean, I think that would disprove that. Because I should have eaten Eren CM Chainsaw Man style. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You know, they didn't do it, but I hope someone makes it. Someone should make that ending or like what was the worm power explanation? You'd have to go back. Life multiplying and some other gibberish, which I didn't like the worm thing or the explanation for it. We should have just not had it. Oh, that reminds me. No, OK is mentioning the parents should have turned into Titans and Rip. Yeah, I think them turning back, them getting the happy ending, reverting back to being human. Yeah, especially after having all that scene of like Annie not reaching her father, the goodbye scene for Jean and Connie, that worked in the manga because we had to wait months and months to see them return. For the anime, it was like, oh yeah, it was a minor inconvenience getting turned into Titans. Hey man, another huge win for Jean was being able to devour that Makusi, but he had to do it wearing Eren's wig. So that is an L. That is an L and a W. I don't know. You joke about that, but maybe Jean is into that. It may be a win-win for both of them. It's like, yeah, I'm cosplaying. Yeah. Goodbye, Eren. Eren, you see Eren crying. Eren's tree crying. What about Historia's baby? And who is the father? The father is implied to be the farmer boy, unless you believe someone else I mentioned that the baby looks like Eren. I don't think so. Don't ever say Makusi again. Too bad. Makusi. Mikusi. Yeah. I'm officially drained. I don't blame you. It's been a long ride. It's been such a delayed thing. There's a very short scene of his story on labor. What was that about? So that was her just giving birth in time. What a coincidence! Right when it ended, or I guess after the battle. It doesn't have to be like right when it happened. Do you think the girl in the ep- Do you think the girl in the ending of the episode is a descendant? I thought it was a no. That's a boy, and like we mentioned, it could be you're fine to interpret it that way, especially because the guy has a scarf, a red scarf. So that's done. That's not done for a reason. Like that's not just done randomly. Is it just me, or was there a bit of a romance where Aaron and Armin were together? Yeah, they were. I'm like, there. It's getting hot and sweaty up in here. think Mikasa's not around to see this. I think Aaron and Mikasa. I think Aaron and Armin actually got a little bit more touchy than Aaron and Mikasa ever did. Was Historia still queen? I think it's implied that she's still queen, or at least in a like a leader position. I don't think she should. It depends. If the queen still has like a lot of authority, yeah, I don't think she necessarily needs to be like in a leader role. I remember we wanted the baby to be Aaron for us. Yeah, I mean, for anyone not that hasn't read the manga or just forgot for the longest, it was like, yeah, that is definitely Aaron's baby. He might be Mikasa's great. He would have to be their great grandson. Can you explain what happened to all the characters after the final battle? I guess, they lived happily ever after. At least, if you're talking about like specifically right after, they were turned into, what was it, peace ambassadors for the island, or mine, Dog Titan sequel. So Jaegers are the ones in control of Historia. Oh, that's the thing. They implied that the Jaeger, uh, whatever they're called, the Jaeger squad, the Jaeger, what the hell were they called? The Jaeger, the Jaeger guys were in charge of the island, or whatever faction was still like full on make Eren great again. As someone who all right. So you're talking about the kiss scene. I like how that was done better in the anime because it didn't feel like, hey, you're. It felt more like a peck slash getting close to the head as opposed to full on getting down and wet with Eren's head, and which, knowing Mikasa, she probably did some other stuff with the head before ultimately planting it. I wouldn't put it past Mikasa, but what was I saying? Oh yeah, the kiss. All right, so let me go on record by saying that I 100% believe that Isayama changed the kiss scene. You guys remember, I mentioned it earlier, that Attack on Titan ended very close to the ending of Game of Thrones, which Isayama was watching, admitted to be like watching, and did not like the ending. Funny enough, didn't like the ending of the Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, if you haven't already seen it, very similar thing, except kissing and then dying. And I think originally that was supposed to be the ending of it, or at least that scene was supposed to play out very similar. And then Isayama saw that and he was like, no, I need to change this up at least a little bit. Um, Blue Lock did create a character that was inspired to be Aaron and me. What? And Mikasa's son. Is that a fact? Thoughts on anime showing how Island got destroyed in a few centuries rather than the manga where it was in the manga it wasn't implied to be a few years later. It it should have been very similar. Like a lot of people didn't realize this actually reminds me of what happened with the someone mentioned earlier Darling in the Franks, where by how the tree is growing, you should have known centuries would have passed by because it takes a hell of a long time for a tree to get that big, but just wasn't. I think they should have just spelled it out better, I guess, for people. The only thing the anime did was also make it more cyberpunk. So it was, yes, I like that how that scene was done for the anime. Mid ending, not bad, not too good. Though I think that's gonna be, I don't know, right? I think that's gonna be most people unless you didn't already like the ending. I do wonder like what the overall consensus will be for like anime only people. Why was the tree never affected? Like, how was it? I'm guessing the tree was just out of the blast zone. If you recall, I think Mikasa planted the tree right where the original tree was, or planted the head where the original tree was. In the first episode, which, if you recall, was like very near the walls. So it was very far away from the city area. The Attack on Titan is Kogia's prequel. Hmm. What was the main reason manga readers dislike the ending? All right, so I made some list. Let me see. I wrote something on our Patreon Discord. Let me go back and look at that. All right, so things that people did not like. For people that really like chattering, and this is not, I'm probably forgetting some things you could chime in if you recall. The Aaron scene, the specifically him crying about Mikasa, people hated that. The vague Ymir stuff and her connection to not her connection to Mikasa, that was one thing. The second thing was Mikasa Ymir's maybe we'll make a video about this, like why, like explaining why what people didn't like about the ending. Ymir's um love, or the reason given that she stayed loyal to the king for, I guess, reasons slash Stockholm syndrome for 2,000 years. Aaron's claim that he didn't know or something like that, and like he wasn't sure why he initially started the rumbling, which I kind of get what you're going for, but you could have framed it a little bit better. The island getting nuked, which I think the anime resolves because you could clearly see this was centuries later. Again, someone else mentioned they thought that was like years later in the manga, which I thought it was clearly not, but I think a lot of people didn't get that. What else? What's other? I wouldn't say this is an issue, but I know some other people didn't like the whole Titan worm explanation. The whole final battle seeming very shonen like, again, like no one died in it. Levi just got hurt. Yes, technically Zeke and Aaron died, but it was expected that they were gonna die from the very beginning. It's like everyone facing an army of historic titans, and they got out of that without an issue. What else? I'm forgetting some other things that people didn't like. What happened to Niccolo? Who knows? People forgot about him. Yeah. You can see people writing the Stockholm syndrome. Here's the thing. I eventually tried to explain. I know I wrote this whole thing. I just locked myself in like a cafe trying to explain the whole Stockholm syndrome thing in like this Google Doc, but I was going through the like this the manga where Isayama clearly explains some other like very trivial things that everyone knows, like the racism against Eldia. I'm like, if you go to the length of explaining that, but then you're gonna just hand wave this as like the Stockholm syndrome explanation or implied explanation. No, you need to go deeper on that. You can't just say or leave it as that. Aaron, thank you for becoming a master. Oh yeah, that was that too that I was forgetting. I forget the Japanese phrasing, but I think it was better than what you wrote there with the Aaron. Thank you for becoming a mass murderer for our sake. I know how it sounds in English. I think there is a little bit of nuance that's lost going from Japanese. Um, mm, Someone else brought up the people didn't like the implication of Mikasa ending up with Jean, like another thing. Um, how did Japanese react to this episode? I'm assuming people are loving it. Like Japan is gonna be for Japan, you're either you're it's the country of respect, so you're gonna be respecting Isayama, and if you didn't like it, you're probably not gonna be very public about it. You're very likely just gonna keep it to yourself, or at least not gonna be spamming it on Twitter or complaining about it on TikTok. I'm forgetting about something. What is something that I mentioned that people hated from the manga ending? that it's that I didn't already bring up. Niccolo was in the last scene. Oh wait. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so Niccolo was there. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think I only caught the Sasha Potato Girl Sasha's parents. Oh, thank you, Mr. King. You're bringing up Historia and the Farmer Boy. People didn't like that. They originally wanted Historia to have Aaron's kid, which again, if depending on what theory you believed slash followed, that was another main point of contention. And people overall just didn't like that. Essentially, Historia, that was a character that was really brought up and pushed and fleshed out in season three. I was it season three? Season three, I believe. She really just essentially got I don't know, maybe this is too strong. Just saying that she got dumbed down into being a just being pregnant and not really doing too much. Japan always likes the anime. I remember when Oshinoko came out. Yes, not always. I've been hearing for different anime. It was there was one. Okay, I'm not gonna mention the name. There was one specific anime that was loved. That huge anime that was loved way more in the West than in Japan. Oh, okay. For someone mentioning Uncle Ruckus was mentioning the time skip ruined all characters. There was the other thing that people thought Armin was pretty useless post time skip, which between being useful and useless, I'm somewhere in the middle. I think they could have done more with him. Unfortunately, they didn't, or he didn't. Isayama specifically. I think if they were going to go to the Code Geass ending, he could have actually had a bigger role, like Suzaku in Code Geass. People wish to have a perfect ending. However, in the final stages of the story, it's already destined that is impossible to become perfect. I would only challenge that by going back to something I mentioned earlier that when we got the original manga ending, people were overall positive on it, even if you didn't necessarily agree with it. It was later, and maybe even if the to be fair, maybe if the new ending didn't come out, people would eventually find other issues with the original ending. Oh yeah, yeah, and that's the other thing that people I don't know how much there that was necessarily attributed to like the issues with the ending overall, but people of course didn't like Gabby, and I think that stayed true up until the very end. Although her role in the ending did get diminished, so I think that's one of the reasons she got less hate. It's truly the imperfections of this show that made it perfect. Is Levi handicapped? Yeah, he's in a wheelchair years later. So yeah, Ackerman's strength gone. So was the entire story about Mikasa and Armin is just a narrative to the story to other countries? I'm not even sure Mikasa was a part of that. I know Armin and the other scouts slash um warriors were. Armin was the biggest letdown after the time skip. Yeah, like look at that. Yeah. Was a bird as well. People didn't like the idea of airing. Oh yeah. Here's the thing. I don't know how many people people, including me, joked about how Aaron became the bird. I don't know how many people actually believed Aaron turned into the bird. I think there's a I hope it's not a decent chunk. But that's another thing that people didn't like. Gabby's German complex was omitted. It was very content with the way, but I was very suplex? Was something missing from Gabby from the ending? Who did Levi end up with? Levi ended up with the chair. He's like Eisen. He's gonna be stuck on that thing till he dies. It's Levi X chair. Wheelchair. Maybe Aaron sent the bird. Yeah, he sent. They should have. No, no, they couldn't do that. I was about to say they should have made Aaron into like a pineapple tree or something, so you could actually get something from. But you can't change what that tree grows into. Isn't the story all about Mikasa making loops or trying to? I mean, that's one way. That's one interpretation of it, but it's not out there in the open. Not too much. Yeah, again, like someone else was mentioning, I didn't like how Uncle Ruckus is saying, I don't like how no one died during the final battle. I mean, I think that's if you chuck it up to it being feeling like very shonen, that actually reminds me of like Naruto, where like people died, but they were just brought back. This ending felt similar to that, where hey, at the end of this big war, you guys were all left alive. The Tatakra, Tataka. I think people will always hate on Gabby because they remember, oh yeah, yeah, well, of course, she killed Potato Girl. Aaron did not turn into the bird. The bird is symbolism that represents freedom. The Survey Corps have the bird. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. That was originally one of the things that people liked. But then when you got the follow-up pages, you got Mikasa still being buried with a scarf. So some people interpret that as Mikasa still being a slave or aka not being free despite time passing. I yeah, someone else brought up the Mikasa OVA. Like I've made my own theories about that. I think they could have done a lot more with that. They had that there. What rating would you give AOT now that the anime is finished? I don't know. That's the thing. I instead of rating as a whole, I think I would rate each individual parts or each individual season, where it's like season 1, season 2, season 3. That's like I have some issues with the animation dips in season 3, but I mean, I'd say that's close to being perfect, like just story-wise. It's after the time skip that you get into issues. So if I would say, just, like, in the moment now, like, season 1 or let me split it like this, the Wit Studio era, which, again, now you get into issues. Um, I would say probably, like, close to, like, 9 or 10. Here, there is a dip in quality. If they stuck with the original ending, I might have given this, like, an 8 or a 9, but I don't know, maybe, like, a 7 or 8. I don't know. I need to think about it. Maybe I would rate each individual parts of season 4, which 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. Did you like I love the music. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, like, music, especially after watching so much anime, music is really animation and music is one of the defining things that separates, like, anime quality. Like, a lot of people like to bash on Demon Slayer about its story being so simple, but Uh, again, that's a prime example of like animation and music uplifting the anime several levels. Oh no, this is done. Get rid of this. Okay, hopefully it doesn't make a sound. The mappa style fit season 4. Yeah, I didn't like again, I didn't have an issue with season 4. I have issues with some of the rushed content. I wish we can't go back on it now, but you saw the improvements that were made on the first AOT Blu-ray for season 4. So they could have upped the quality on that. And the ending was a worst Code Geass ending. I know there's people that are gonna think that. Do you still remember the theory of Aaron is being remotely controlling the Titan through Warhammer? I mean, I think I mentioned that too. No, I know I mentioned that. I'm like, he's probably back on the island. These guys are like just they're they're fighting Aaron for nothing. That could have they could have done that, but I think that would have been just too disappointing. Do you think everyone on Paradise Island died? If you mean natural death, by the end of it, yeah. Code Geass was badass. Lelouch really used his brain to make a perfect ending. He it is as perfect as possible. It also has the luxury that it came out, I want to say first, at least for anime. I know this type of style of ending where you make the world go against you and then ultimately die. It's not something new, but it's one, at least for Code Geass, it's one of the most well-known stories for anime. The ending was supposed to symbolize the fact that life is a cycle and history repeats itself no matter what they do. Yeah, very much. It's not. It is a cycle. Just curious. Do you think Fullmetal Alchemist or AOT is better? I don't know. Both of them do things well. The one thing too that about Fullmetal Alchemist is that I have not rewatched it. I know I've seen it. We were talking about Brotherhood. I've seen Brotherhood at least twice. I've not rewatched it. I do. There's a lot of anime I want to rewatch, especially now of like learning Japanese. So like you get it's like it's a different experience. I've been rewatching Bleach recently with my partner, and I'm like, there are some little things that I never picked up just because like it's not. There's a lot of things that it's not portrayed like in subtitles. Someone mentioned the new opening. I have not. Someone there's people that have been mentioning it. I didn't know there was one. I'll go watch it after this. Why natural? They clearly had a war and it was left to ruins. I don't know why they knew again, like you could clearly see time passing by, even if you ignore the city. Like the city is now in the anime, they it's clear that they got to like this cyberpunk era. There's hundreds of years that have passed by. They're all like everyone on Paradise Island that we knew was long dead before that war. I think thankfully the anime made it clear, so you should go rewatch that. I think AOT should have ended with yeah, I wouldn't have minded that with the scarf scene. I think it technically did. Then we got the credits. That's how the original manga ended. The original ending before the updated pages. 2,000 years. 20,000 years. If they were long dead, why did they nuke who I mean, you saw a faction of like the Jaeger group that was in control. Perhaps they got drunk off of power. I mean, the Eldians would have been the dominant force post rumbling. So again, like it goes back to the cycle of everything repeating. Let me actually end this poll. And the winner of the poll is Levi. Surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, some like other, of course, there it was just broken down into a lot of sections. Levi is at 27% and Reiner at 21%. So a lot of people thought that Reiner should have died. LT couldn't be couldn't be the same without you. Thank you. No, thank you too for especially joining. What was the original ending? So the original ending, there were some other scenes before the ending that were included. The original manga just ended with the bird scene with Mikasa. It didn't include the extra scenes in the credit scene. It didn't also include the random kid finding the Titan tree. Reiner was the Aaron of Marley, yes. Do you think Aaron would have lived if Gabby never shot his neck? What were they doing? I gotta think back to that whole situation. Aaron was running to start the rumbling as soon as he touched Zeke. Yeah, so if Gabby never touched Aaron, I don't see why that would have changed. Maybe I think the founding Titan would have the whole colossal body would have looked different. Ah, do you agree on Aaron's POV of destroying the rest of the world for his friends? So someone mentioned that earlier. Like, if it was me, it sounds very similar to like what would I have done? I would have done the mini colossal titan demonstration instead of the whole world. Oh, air conditioner turned off. The tree might produce little Aaron fruit heads. I really wish I stuck with the Mikasa and Bird. To be honest, I didn't like the additional ending. Like that's the thing. I so many people, including me, were content with the original ending. I didn't. I don't know. It make the additional pages make sense, especially with the context of the anime, where you could see literally time passing. That hopefully will help people not get confused. That it wasn't years later; it was centuries, literally centuries later, that the island got destroyed. So hopefully that won't ruin it for people. I know for a, a big complaint of about the new ending was that this was just for nothing. Paradise Island got destroyed anyway. Would you consider the hallucigenia disappearing a plot hole? No. You'd have to explain why that have to like if you if you're throwing around the word plot hole, please explain why you think it's a plot hole. Because I'm like, why? Oh, okay, when did that thing disappear? Aaron died, the host, which was this thing was essentially a parasite. The host dies, and then that thing dies. I'm not seeing in what way it could be a plot hole. Especially in something where you could easily come up with like 5 explanations within like 5 minutes of that. Do you see the retcon of Aaron destroying the world over a book? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Over a book. Over a book. I thought that was initially always implied if you're talking about Armin's book. Is my interpretation correct that Eren had to wipe out 80% of the population so that Mikasa would kill him and help Ymir? You're close. At least, again, going back to the way I interpreted it, Eren was set on destroying the entire world. He also gave freedom to his buddies to stop him, and they happened to stop him at the 80% point. So it could have been arbitrary. They could have stopped him at the 90% point. They could have stopped him at the 60% point, which would have been worse in the favor of like the Eldian side. Isn't the Colossal Titan Eren the one versus Armin? Hold up a second. Isn't the the Colossal Eren the one versus Armin a bit far fetched? A Pokemon. At the time, he didn't have Zeke and the founding power. Why would he be able to produce such a Titan? No, so Aaron's already he's from what I understand, that power had already been unlocked. The rumbling connection, which some people also disagree that it shouldn't have stopped when Zeke was killed. I don't see why Aaron, as the founder, for so at least my interpretation of it was that Aaron already had that power, but is it weird that he turned into a colossal titan without Zeke, which it shouldn't have been? Then that was the other thing. You could also, I guess, technically argue that Aaron, at that point, already saw his defeat or wanted again, he wanted to be taken out. So at that point, he himself had no reason to continue the rumbling if it was still in his power to do so. All right. We're getting to like the 2:30 hour. Maybe I'll go to 3 hours, but I need to go to the restroom really quick. Let's continue for a little bit. Am I the only one who wished they did some sort of anime original ending and strayed away from the manga? I'm sure there's definitely other people that feel the same way. There's people that wanted the multiple timeline endings. Too much thinking, not enough brain cells. Do you think the scene where Eren connected with Demir retcon if she wasn't even free? If Eren, why did Eren even get power? Huh? Eren connect. Do you mean going back to the tree scene in the Path Realm? I'd have to rewatch that. Oh yes, fail. That brings up a good point. He still had the residual founding titan power, just like when after touching Dinah. Why was Eren's body in the head and not the nape? I'm guessing because he already knew. Okay, for starters, I don't see why it would be there. Why it has to be there? It's the founding titan. I'm pretty sure he could move that thing around like he did with the founding titan Warhammer Titan ability. Um, and I'm pretty sure he wanted the neck to be destroyed, leading to that confrontation where he wanted ultimately setting up to set up the situation where Mikasa could take him out. Many audiences hated Gabby and Levi becoming friends at the end. I don't see why. Unless people are or people hated like Gabby regardless. Eren's body had no name. Yeah, there we go. He was just skeleton in the or anyway. How did Mikasa know that Eren's body was there? So if you go back to the memory scene, at least it's implied that while being in that memory world, that it was, it was like again, it's not. It's implied that Eren told her in some way. I don't hate Gabby at all. Is that weird? A lot of people. There's actually, well, at least after she came out in the anime, I think the anime did a very good job of fleshing out Gabby. So that's not strange at all. Um, let's see. Was the kid at the end scene the tree supposed to allude that the life spine thingy was still alive, meaning Titans? Yeah, that is one interpretation. So one way you can interpret that is that yes, this is all going back into a cycle. There is a potential for another random kid by some miracle, if you want to call it that, gaining access to this immense power. Option two would be it doesn't go that direction. You're free to interpret it. I love all your videos. You're great. Thank you for that. I'm glad you enjoyed them, especially some of the ones in the past that took forever. Have people just forgotten about the Berserk Titan from season 1? I expected it to have an anime-only cameo in this episode. It's weird how it appeared in season 1 and was not explained at all. I'm trying to think. That alright, so depending I don't know if there was, like, some conversation. I'm trying to recall whether there was some mention from, like, an author, not an author, from, like, someone that worked on the actual Attack on Titan season 1 that never mentioned that. I think there was. One of the things you have to remember about that is that they made that fight longer. I think they are like you see, it's not uncommon for an anime to like reach the finale and make it a bigger spectacle than it was in the actual manga. I'm sure there's a lot of examples, but the one example that comes to mind was like the for anyone that saw the Konosuba movie, that was not a grand thing, but they made it into a colossal fight, and they did a lot of things that wasn't actually in the light novel. The one thing about the Berserk Titan is that I think it was at a point where the manga might have been in like the uprising arc at that point. So it could have just been a throwaway thing at that point. So it wouldn't matter if the anime did like this colossal thing for like a one-time event. Is it raining? What the hell? And two, what was the other thing? So it was made a spectacle. It was like a one-time thing. For me too, I don't know if it was ever confirmed. It just felt like it was a brief, almost Eva reference. Like they wanted like Attack on Titan already feels very similar to Eva in some ways, where it's like you have these metal Gundam things that are technically not robots; they're flesh. So I don't know. It could have been like a multiple of things like that. I don't know if there was anything official that's actually ever been stated. I don't think they will ever want to. So sorry, I missed a few things. Let me just go back a few. I love how the fleshed out conversation of Aaron and Armin before he erased. Yes, I think by far, especially any manga readers, that is a huge plus. Rumbling, it ended, ended. Do you think there will be a lot of Blu-ray changes? No. I think some of the scenes like Zeke's ass. You're gonna see that dumpster truck in the Blu-ray and his head getting cut off. That was clearly darkened. Oh, okay, Jojo brought up a good thing that I also wanted to mention too. That in season one, the manga wasn't that far ahead, and you see this often that studios make a series and they never expect this to blow up. It blew up. I think you could go back and find quotes from like some of the people at what studio that mentioned they never expected Attack on Titan to blow up as much as it did. So it was very likely going to be like a one and done thing where, oh, want to find out what's next? Go read the manga. Will they ever explain what happened to the closet? I think they just disappeared. All right. They ruined the scene of Aaron flexing his 10 pack. I mean, did they? What was wrong with it? Was the sweater thing? The jacket controversy? Hmm. Yeah, I don't buy that the anime was supposed to end on episode 22. That doesn't make sense. And again, like People forget, but going back to at least before 2010, anime original endings were very I mean, I think they were the majority. It wasn't until recently that, oh, anime studios, not even anime studios, the production company finally realized, oh, we could actually make a profit from continuing a series that got um popular. So do not make a set ending or like a closed ending for a certain season. That I know that was definitely one mandate. I know that's been talked about multiple times from like different studio people, studio directors, studio animation producers. Is Isayama working on anything after this? I think officially no, but I mean, if you're, I'm sure the guy is taking a break. I know. I'm sure you've heard at the very least how grueling, how tough this weekly manga, or not even weekly, but weekly or monthly schedule for like manga authors is. So I'm sure, and I think he just got married too, or at least around the right before the series ended. I'm sure he's gonna take a break. He's gonna be going out, flying to Hawaii, traveling in the world for like 5 years, 10 years, and then he'll get bored, like most rich people do, and then he'll come back and make something. Oh, thank you to super chat from Jazz. Thank you for doing this and helping us cope with the ending. This is amazing. Of this amazing anime, you're the best. And thank you too. Thank you for coming to the live chat. I think my balls are gonna explode. I need to go to the restroom. Isayama is working on a yeah. See, people always come back. You've seen it for the some guys manga artists that come to mind. We've seen it for the Inuyasha author. We've seen it for the Full Metal Alchemist. Uh, girl, oh, I don't know her name. What's some other manga? We've seen it for Naruto. I mean, the guy came back to Boruto. Uh, I know. I'm just messing around. I know this. It's funnier if you say balls. It's a core point, but I can't understand it. Why would Mikasa be the main character for Yumi? Yeah, again, that's one of the things that could have really been explained better if Isayama wanted to go that direction. All right, I really need to go to the restroom. So hold back. I'll be back in like I need to go. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I need to get a refill of water. So bio break. If not, if you got a lot of you guys are still here, I'll continue for another. I wanted to do 3 hours, but maybe I'll do it 2.5. 3.5. Water. 5 minutes. So I know some of you guys will drop off, but please allow me to get this. Okay, how many people dropped off? I'm back and I brought some booze. So I originally wanted to do 3 hours, but we could go to like 2.5. I need to get off with my partner's back, but let's keep on going. All right. How did the 13-year curse happen if Ymir didn't die for Fritz? Uh, there was some speculation that there never was a thing. Who was the one that we never really saw it for? I maybe I'm just remembering that. I do recall that the anime quote unquote fix some of that. My Twitter feed is all Attack on Titan. I'm hurting. I should have had this from the very beginning. Let me actually see what you guys wrote when I was gone. Yeah, I'm in Japan. I've been here for I've been here for over 5 years already. See you later. Can you elaborate on dating differences? Do you mean Japan and the Western? I could, but this is not the video for it, unfortunately. Could probably talk about that one someday in like the on the second channel, random ass video. It is very, very different. Was the rumbling a result of Ymir's feelings? Was it her last wish after Eren helped her realize she not really, from what I understand, the whole rumbling situation was not exactly related to Ymir, unless you're connecting it to the part that it would ultimately be leading to Eren dying and hence the Titan powers I guess disappearing. For the first time, finally sharing my Attack on Titan set. Hope you all enjoyed. All cover art, huh? I'm assuming you're talking about music. Check him out if he's doing some music. My friend is mad that Eren didn't finish getting off the world. Okay, that now you actually reminded me of another thing. That's actually one of the other things that people had an issue with the ending of. People, there is a good chunk of amount of people that want Eren to go full Thanos, or I guess it's not even Thanos, it's Thanos times 2 on the world. Just snap them all. So Mikasa just left her clan. From what we could see, I don't know. That was one of the other plot lines where I'm like, why did you set up Mikasa to do this if you're not actually going to expand? She could have potentially been the leader post, um, some sort of leader or I guess ambassador post rumbling. By the way, for those of you guys watching, what time is it for you guys over there? I know it's late for you guys in like the US. It's about to be 3 p.m. here. So you guys can let me know to get a rough idea. We're oh wow, 2 a.m. Yeah, they didn't have some random ass tattoo on her wrist. That was yeah. There was the other thing too that what studio technically removed that and made it. What did they make it again? They made it into some cloth or knitting thing. Wow, some of you guys are troopers that are here at 2 a.m. Ymir loved Fritz, but wasn't able to kill him even after his evil doings. But Mikasa ended up killing Eren, who she loved the most, and still ended up killing him for the sake of humanity, made Ymir realize. So that is what we're supposed to interpret. Unfortunately, I'm trying to read your name. A the Wolf? Eight the Wolf. There's a lot of people that are not gonna get that from what the anime portrayed. A bit of a hot take. I like the studio switch from Wit Studio to Mappa because I think Mappa's art style fits the horrific themes and scenes that came after the Shigan Shina arc. I've made a whole video on almost just praising some of the Mappa animation. I think discounting the one animator whose name I forget that worked on Wit Studio doing those Galaxy animation scenes. I think the Wit Studio animation was better. I mean, we saw a lot of that in part two and in this and the other special. They just needed more time. Unfortunately, like Attack on Titan got um it was just a matter of not only the manga but the anime getting rushed. Um, oh, you're back. Welcome back, Dharma. Oh, I could say it was better than the manga, to be honest. Oh my god, who's the one here at 6 a.m.? Sans the comic. Hope, well, it should be the weekend, right? You should be fine. My friend forgot that this is the final episode of AOT. It is, yeah, no more after this. Not unless I don't see how they don't adapt beyond the fall or before the fall. It's just money. I think they I don't recall how many chapters were, but there's enough for another season. I gotta work in an hour, bro. I've been talking about no, dude. You're gonna have to drink something. Like definitely drink coffee, or not too much though. Don't overwork your heart. It's dangerous. The anime doesn't tell us any of that. I just want them to clear up more plot points, like how they did with Eren being the one responsible and Armin taking responsibility for the rumbling. Maybe I missed something. We need a sequel of the Great Titan War. Here's the thing. I love your essay. I'm glad you do. So I do plan on doing more SAO stuff on the second channel. Not gonna lie, the ending was completely perfect, at least to me. So here, were you anime only? I'm wondering, especially like naturally manga readers are gonna have a different take to this, but I'm wondering how anime onlys are gonna interpret this since it's basically not the original ending, but it's the updated ending. So you didn't have two things to compare to. So if you Google, go to Jerry Fox Talks, that is the second channel. Let me even find it. Jerry Foxen Talks. So I'm gonna be posting videos up on there. I'll just post you the link. At least, if nothing goes wrong, starting tomorrow. Oh, I'm glad you've been watching the past SAO videos. Those took such a fucking long time. I'm surprised I didn't die making some of those because, God, I was not sleeping. What are the important things I missed as anime only? So, did the manga cut out anything? I think you, at least for season 4, you probably got everything. The only thing you actually missed out as anime only was that originally we had the ending. We have the original manga ending that ended with the final chapter that came out in the magazine, and then a few months after that, we had the actual volume, the manga volume that came out that added additional pages, which kind of drastically changed the ending for people. Which is the ending that you got for the anime for the most part, with the updated Eren and Armin dialogue. There's a lot of things. There was a lot of I don't know for critical plot points that should have been. Yeah, I feel the same way. I think yeah, a lot of that revolves around like the conversation with Eren and Armin and the Ymir thing. I love your reviews, and I still miss Bot, Blonde Bot. Why is it Bot, Yujio? Why is it Bot? You're making me want to watch it again. A big plot hole. How did Marley take the seven titans from? That's not a plot hole. They've given us enough explanation to figure that out. They've heavily implied they captured the titans, especially during the Great Titan War, and how they did it involved, at least partially involved, those giant holes where what's his name, Porco and Peak fell in it. That's definitely not a plot hole. You could have issues with that explanation, but that's not a plot hole whatsoever. You're also totally fine with wanting more information about that. Someone else, okay, I was actually talking about something else and I got distracted. Someone brought up the Great Titan War. I don't see them making another anime series, but at least not a full season. But they Isayama could easily do another like a special. I'm anime only, but I definitely seen the manga ending before. I'm pretty sure they were both similar. I still think the ending is just realistic and the most ideal for Eren. How many years do you think have passed in the credit scene of the ending? Someone mentioned 20,000 years. I would have said thousands of years, but 20,000 just sounds insane. Like putting into context of like our own timeline, it's like 2,000 years that we know of. Uh, so yeah. Why was it Mikasa? Oh, I don't know. Only Yumi knows. Why will Mikasa move up? I don't know. Why did billions of people? I don't know. Why can he? Why can't you stop the massacre you have even committed yet? I don't know. It's a joke. I know some people are not gonna have explanations, and you're totally fine in not accepting the ending, especially with something that involves killing billions. Is it billions? Millions? I don't know. At this point, I think I made some rough calculation that was like a billion or something. Okay, I'm heading out. Thank you for joining us. Who knows? Maybe if you guys want, I'll do. I don't know what's gonna go on with what's gonna continue with the channel, but maybe I'll do like a weekly stream, just talking anime. I gotta set a time though. That's wrong. The song was 2000 or for 2000 for 20,000 years later. The time Paradise was born was less than 1,000 years for sure. But Baron was 20K. Was it? Was it? I mean, that's totally that's in the realm of possibility. I need to actually look at what the actual title is in Japanese. People keep on mentioning that's the name of the song, some one of the songs. I need to watch. Attack on Titan Shippuden. No, it wouldn't be Shippuden. Shippuden is done. Shippuden was technically in the Attack on Titan context would have been the time skip. Remember what Shippuden was. The next thing would be what the hell is Boruto called? Attack on Titan. What's the subtitle for Boruto? Like Boruto New Adventure? Boruto. Ah, there we go. Boruto like next generations. Thank you, Mr. King. The song foreshadows it. Yeah, okay. So yeah, what did you think about the rolling scene? Rolling scene. I knew it was a thing, but I hoped it wasn't gonna get included. The rolling scene. Rolling? What am I missing with that? Maybe it's the alcohol affecting my brain. I'm not sure what you mean. Is Attack on Titan fall down good? Do you mean before the fall? It's fine. I think the ending could be better. It has such a buildup and then it kind of just ends. They missed out on showing Mikasa and John family, the panel of Levi with they actually Unless I missed it, I think they did show, like, Levi and Falco and Gabby, like, from afar, not the main scene. Oh, the end credit. Let me reread that. What do you think about the rolling scenes? Okay, so if you what do you think about the end credit scene? I thought, like, again, since we were talking about it, I think it very much clarified for at least people watching the anime that, yes, centuries, if not more, had passed, like, a large section of time had passed. A lot of people really disliked the new pages because it to them, it just seemed like, "Oh, Eren did this for nothing. The Paradise Island was destroyed, nuked." Which, yes, that was true, but I always thought that centuries, if not more, had passed. I think the anime more cements that. What was the scene at the end? The little boy and the one. So we're, I guess, essentially thousands of years later. Some little boy, similar to Ymir, that happens to have a scarf similar to Mikasa, finds a titan tree in the forest. Which, who knows? This the cycle in this world could continue again. That's what it's implying. Attack on Titan new junior new season. Yes, please. I need that. I don't know why. Why? You could have me bitching about this forever, but it's like free money. The animation isn't difficult for that season. It's almost on the level of like Isekai Quartet. You don't even need to get Mappa to do it. Just get the what was the other studio that did it? I forgot. Which it wasn't what studio didn't do it. They show Gabby and Falco on the farm, and Levi was alone with the single. That's the thing. I thought he was with them. At least for people that hated Gabby, at least they don't show in the anime now that Levi and Gabby pushing. Um, no, Gabby and Falco pushing Levi. Baron and his dog. Watch the dog fall in. It's gonna be like the Planet of the Apes, but with dogs. One of the things I was not hoping for was that Mikasa and John would together, and which I don't think they showed, unless I think it was too tiny to make out who they were. Question is story writing. What will you write for the junior episode? So I very briefly read, I think, a good portion of the Attack on Titan Junior High um manga. That was it. And the manga is actually very different and sometimes not as funny or as entertaining, in my opinion, compared to the anime. Which is why if I were to do like a season two, you could actually go revisit material from season one, or there's enough material that you could just do a lot of the material that wasn't already included in the anime. But you're right. I'll, unless I'm like totally mistaken, I think a lot of the Attack on Titan Junior High anime was anime original, of course, taking inspiration from the original source material. I think there's a lot you could do with season 2, given that Isayama's free. He could also chime in, given whoever wrote the Attack on Titan Junior High, the original series, I'm sure they're free or they'd be willing to work on it. Um, or I would say do something for season 2. Is there enough material there? I mean, most of them are they're chasing. There might not be enough material. Maybe do half a season focused on that, half a season focused on the uprising arc, and maybe like oh, or maybe even split it like three ways, like the chase scene in season two, uprising arc, and then like the Beast Titan fighting the Beast Titan. Yeah, but then you have to do that in a school setting, so it wouldn't even be one to one. They didn't even need to do. I mean, I'd be welcome. I totally welcome that. But I mean, they could also just do Attack on Titan, high school, that one. which there is a manga for, which focusing on like the stuff with Hobo Aaron. And again, I don't know why you don't do it. I think after this, they're gonna see how popular it is, and I'm surprised it's not announced now. Give it a week. We'll see if something gets announced like within the week. Is it confirmed that Mikasa and Jean? I don't think so. You recall, I also like back. I don't know if there's been I'm sure there are been new interviews, but I don't think there's anything that's confirmed them. Jean and Mikasa. I bet bro is fighting for his life in the bathroom. Who? I went to the bathroom. Unless you're talking about someone else. Let me make another poll. That's the thing. Related to live live streams. Oh no, what did I do? Okay. Oh, it just disappeared. You could vote on that. Some people are butthurt blurting about the November. What was that? I haven't been following that. Was there a November? Oh, that's coming up. There are probably still some stories to tell. I mean, here's the thing: if you want to do more Attack on Titan, you could definitely milk it. Whether it's actual anime or whether it's actual Isayama wanting to do something. Again, I picture. I know Isayama. Someone mentioned that it's confirmed that Isayama is going to come out with like something else related to Attack on Titan. I don't see how he doesn't eventually come back to do something. Actually, talking about authors that come back to the stories, Doctor Stone ended. The author came back and made like 3 additional chapters to it. What was the other thing? I bet that Isayama's gonna do some type of manga. People are gonna read it, not really be interested in it. Maybe he'll do another like 1 or 2 of those, and then he'll come back to the story. Thank you for doing this stream as an anime only. This is the first time seeing Attack on Titan content on the internet. Yes. Wait, this how is this the first time? There's so much, especially if you're on TikTok. The AO, what is that called again? The area of effect boys coping with the area of effect. Well, here's the thing. From what I've gathered, that's the thing based on like multiple timelines. Oh, you are gonna be pissed if you were thinking that was gonna happen. Same with SAO. With season 3 ended, the author came back to work on SAO. Did he? I don't know if that was confirmed. You're making me recall that game. I loved that game so much. I was so sad when it closed. And they only did it to make that stupid versus game, which is, I think it got closed or it got delayed. Actually, you're the one seen most with AOT content. Really? Isayama question. Will Isayama announce the sequel to AOT? Because I saw a kid. No. So this is going back to what I just mentioned. Like, no, it's the main purpose of that scene is for you to think that, oh, this story could potentially continue in a cycle. It is technically also leaving it open to a sequel. Again, I think eventually, not necessarily a sequel, will eventually have Isayama revisiting this world in some way. Whether it's I don't think it'll be a sequel series. It might be like a very like one shot or something. Um, Original ending anime. Oh, I'm stupid. That's what it means. Anime original ending. I'm stupid. I thought it was a reference to like Evangelion, like Attack on Titan, Eva. Maybe I'm the stupid one. In order to save the dear ones, Aaron had to do something different where he had to kill 80% in order to see his friends live and die naturally, even though he knew Marley will attack. Something like that. It's not necessarily 80. Remember, he wanted to kill 100%. At least that was my interpretation of it. At the same time, he also gave his friends freedom to stop him, which they happened to stop him at the 80% point. They could have stopped him at the 50% point. They could have stopped him at the 90% point. They took their sweet ass time stopping him. A lot of the AOE boys were depressed. They even made the ending worse in terms of Aaron's character and the plot holes. They don't do admit Armin was improvised. Was improved though. Yeah, here's the thing. I think this goes back to something I mentioned earlier where like there were so many theories leading up to the original ending, which I have so many stupid theories. Some of the stuff would just make you cringe. That I'm like, this is either too stupid or too complex or both. We also saw the same thing happening with like Marvel movies with like Doctor Strange and the Doctor Strange 2, whatever it was called, and Ant-Man. And then people got extremely disappointed when a lot of the theories didn't come true. So it's always not a good thing to buy into those things. AOT was inspired by Mavla, though. I think, yeah. AOT, Isayama definitely confirmed that. I'm interested in checking that out. I know it has a terrible anime out, but a visual novel that takes like 40, 60 hours to complete, not. I don't have the time for that, unfortunately. I do want to check it out one day. I did hear this theory. I don't even know what's a theory that AOT was inspired by this novel. Um, or at least what I read that this person thought it was inspired by this novel. I forget what it was called. And it, not confirmed by Sayama, of course. I wonder how that ended. Um, I was hoping for AOT High School spinoff animated with the one with the mommy goth. Uh, Again, I'm like, I would place money that we'll either get like AOT Junior High Season 2 or the high school anime one day. I think the one thing that people don't realize is like in the background, there's been so much anime that's been delayed just because of like the corona. We're still seeing the effects of that. They're just not being very public about it. Thoughts on volume 35 of AOT coming called AOT Fly? I heard some people mention that. I again like assuming it's confirmed, I gotta see what it actually is. I hope it's not just a glorified, which I think Death Note did something like similar to this, which is just a glorified like a bunch of interviews, a bunch of character stats, a bunch of this art book, which it very much will be. If it includes new content, I'm interested, especially because it won't be in the anime. Is there any specific scenes that tell us that? Oh wait, it just jumped. That after 2,000 years after the rumbling happened, Marley attacks. We don't know whether Marley attacks. We're assuming it's just a world. And later, this cycle starts after the dog and the girl. It's not a girl. It's a guy. I think in the manga, it was clearly a guy. It runs into the big tree. No, you're left to interpret it that way. Some of the things are off. Like we don't know whether it's 2,000 years. It may be. Agios inspired AOT. That's why Aaron said keep moving forward all the time. Did okay? I'm not. I love Code Geass, but did Lelouch say something similar? He may. have said something similar, like keep on moving forward. I know Lelouch said something around the lines of "I'll keep on." No, was that Aaron? I'll keep on moving forward until all my. That's definitely Aaron. I keep on moving forward until my enemies are destroyed. I know Lelouch said something similar to that effect. Isayama's definitely on break. I think he back when AOT right before AOT ended, he there were some articles saying that he recently got married. I'm assuming they're like once you get married, you get very, very busy. Like speaking from experience. I'm sure he's enjoying his time with all his money. Like again, he's for people that didn't like the ending, he's definitely wiping his tears away with money. Like, what was that meme? Did Aaron if Aaron did eliminate all of humanity, with the bombing of paradise had been prevented because there's yes and no. I would assume that say Aaron did wipe out everyone. Eventually, there would be some infighting in Paradise Island. It's one of those things I'd like to quote Aaron, not Aaron, Irwin. There's going to be fighting continuing, which we saw in the Uprising arc and some of the other arcs. There's going to be fighting, just humans fighting amongst each other until there's one left. Lelouch said it once. Again, that's a I will eventually rewatch Code Geass. I love it. I didn't like the fact that it made you feel like Aaron did everything for nothing just for that scene. If you're talking about the ending scene, no. Again, a lot of people felt like that when the updated manga ending came out, but you're fine to think about it like that. Yeah, I'll go back to the whoever said the quote in the manga that there's no future guaranteed for a country. If they lasted centuries, I would say that's a win for Aaron. That's not an Aaron anymore. If essentially destroyed your own country within a few centuries, which again it could have been thousands of years. Just finished and damn weird. 8 years for this masterpiece to end. It was a lot more than that. It probably 8 years for you, but overall, I think the ending for both the manga and the anime was just all right, but could improve. Though I would say the anime ending is a bit better than the manga's ending. Yeah, I think again, the voice acting, the improved Armin and Aaron scene, the music, the animation, it does a huge amount of goodwill for the anime. Also, I mean, just the initial break, if I could even call it that, just the distance from the AOT, not AOT, the Game of Thrones ending, which so many people are comparing it to. Do you think the ending should have been framed where Aaron does achieve his goal to view the world as Armin used to tell him when he was a kid? But in that view, he would have killed 100% but lived. I think. Do you mean in the scene where they were talking to each other that I guess I wouldn't have minded that, where instead of saying, "Hey, I'm gonna kill this many people have died," which I think Aaron was already seeing that future, which I think that's why he said 80%, which again, for me, it bothers me that he didn't say around instead of just like, "Hey, here's an exact 80%." I wouldn't have minded that, what you just mentioned. Thank you, AOT man. Anime 2013 to 2023. It feels like the anime you're marking like graves, dude. Personally, I think the ending scenes are made for one to interpret, yes. Therefore, it's not confirmed and also hard to see who it was. Yes, and yes to that. The bad part about that is that if you do want to interpret it as like one, Aaron failing, the island getting destroyed years later, or two, which is gonna, of course, gonna tick some people off, or two, which is gonna trigger a lot of people, Jean getting with Mikasa, you're left to have that interpretation, which I don't know. I guess it's up to you. What exactly Mikasa did to banish all the Titan powers in the world, and does that? And what does Mikasa's and what did Mikasa's headache meant? So she killed Eren, which founding Titan that by itself killed, I guess, the Titan powers plus the worm, the Titan worm, which erased all Titan powers in existence. Also in the process freeing Ymir. That's one of the things. Um, the second thing that's heavily implied, or I think outright confirmed, is that it was the Ymir affecting or being the one responsible for Mikasa's headaches, which again, I either wish they either didn't go in that direction or had a more concrete explanation. I'm still thinking about the paradox where Eren sent the Spawning Titan to kill his mom, but that was before Eren became the Attack Titan. Time travel is also so weird. I don't. I think Isayama did enough to sidestep literal time travel in this, which again, it was with time travel with multiverse, you get into these weird areas. The problem is not that history repeats itself, it's that me, or rather the audience, rather not know and think Eren accomplished something at least, which based on this ending, you do have Eren accomplishing something. Centuries and centuries of Eldia being on top. Do you think the people? Who do you think the people are at the end? I think if you check them, I think they're either random people or just if if you do want to think of Mikasa and Horseboy getting together, the stallion. By the way, are you up to date with the essay light novels? No, I've not been up. I'm behind on watching anime. I here's the thing. I think I dropped off of reading like light novels when I started reading The Shield Hero, which let me say this correctly. It's not the worst light novel, but it's the worst light novel I've read. It is really. I know people like to bag on other light novels, but it's not good. It gets better, but it's not good. Yes to what Angel said. Shindai Nikolai. It was the memories of her and Aaron's conversation. She kept on trying to remember it, but he blocked, thus giving her headaches. There we go. For someone that else asked about what was Ymir's connection to Mikasa. Reiner even made a horse joke at the. Did he? Is Attack on Titan real life? It is real life. Do you consider AOT as a masterpiece? Here's the thing. It depends on how you define masterpiece. I would say, apart from some nitpicks of like season one, not season one or season three, I think that is close to as perfect as you could get. Post time skip, there are some issues. I don't consider. I would say no. If you want me to say yes or no, post season 4, there are multiple issues that I have. Even though I, especially now seeing it in the anime, I'm generally positive about it. There are issues that I have that I wish either Isayama did some other stuff or just left a little bit more vague. I wish this never ended. No, it needs to end. We don't want it to become Boruto. Imagine. Yeah, also, going back to the whole masterpiece question, I really don't like that question. So you got to define what a masterpiece is, like the actual word. People like to throw that around, and I know for like clickbait and stuff like that, but like if you're actually not talking about it in a clickbait way, like what exactly is a masterpiece? Like, is it just perfect? Is it just a 10 out of 10? Is it just, yeah. What do you mean? Attack on Titan is like top five stories? Is it top five for me? I'm not sure I would say it would be. Breaking Bad is a master. I love Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is a good example of a story that it is a perfect length. Attack on Titan for Crunch. Does it qualify? I know they Crunchyroll does some stupid stuff for their anime awards. I would say a masterpiece is a masterpiece if it had a great impact for people. Yes, that's the other thing. Like it's if when you're talking about like the actual term masterpiece, I think it's beyond saying that something is perfect, beyond saying something is a 10 out of 10. I think there is a greater impact, which by some standards, even if you say it's not a masterpiece, or even if you say it's not perfect, even if you say it's not a 10 out of 10, but it has this wider impact, I think it could be considered a masterpiece. Top 5, no stop. Here's the thing. While I'm not sure I'd say, like, I'm not sure where I would rank it, I would almost definitely put it in my, like, top 10 anime of all time, which who knows, maybe I'll make a rough video about that later. Like, I'm not sure what my rough top 10 or top 20 are, just because there's a lot of stuff that I would consider, like, in the running, but it's stuff that I haven't we rewatched in, like, maybe 5 years, a decade. So I'm not sure how I feel about some of this stuff. Villain Saga is a masterpiece. I would disagree with that. I really love Villain Saga, but I think it drops off after the farm arc. Konosuba is a masterpiece. I think it's a masterpiece within isekai anime. Within like that's the other thing too. When a lot of people, I know a lot of people didn't get sent out my what was it? The people really hated what my what I thought about what was it? The One Piece video, the live action. But the thing is, a lot of people didn't even watch the entire thing. I think a lot of people would agree what I said if they actually watched the entire damn thing, which was frustrating. Um, Here's the thing. I'm like, I had issues with the One Piece live action anime, or live action anime, yeah, the live action show. But if you're only rating it among like live action shows, if that's your barrier, that's your like measuring stick, I'd say it's among the best, maybe like top three, despite my issues. Walter White was going back to the what you might call it, Breaking Bad. Erwin carried AOT for me. Erwin, he definitely was a key player. I wouldn't say carried. That would imply that it was the other stuff was just not up there, which I disagree with. AOT, One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball. Watch more anime if you're saying you're only comparing it to like shonen. Berserk, Claymore, Bebop, Ghost in the Shell, and Akira. To be honest, masterpiece is a term that could be very vague. I don't. Here's the thing. I don't think it's vague. It could be. I think a lot of people misuse it. I like how we're getting into this other anime discussion now. Dragon Ball is number one anime on shonen history. It still has impact on this generation of anime. You cannot deny like the impact. Not Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball. Since you got to start from the very beginning. Will you make about a video about AOT? So I put a poll at the beginning. I will. People wanted me to drop my reaction to this final episode. I need to check whether the actual recording has no issues. If that has no issues, that'll go up early tomorrow, which will be, I believe, Sunday morning for most people. Well, I'm going to bet. Personally, I don't blame Mappa for this. It's clear that you say I'm gonna double down. I'm disappointed with this ending, but I know what Isayama was trying to do. I'd say 4 out of 10 ending and 8 which is good. I would say that's a positive. Even if you didn't like the ending, you had issues, perfectly fine. You overall enjoyed the anime, which again, there's some shows that are like that for me. What's your opinion on Bleach Thousand Year Blood War? Sorry, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Here's the thing for Bleach, since we're getting on this discussion. I don't know. I felt really I've been in a weird place this year since I've gotten Corona. You mentioned this, or at least for those of you that follow me on Twitter, I've gotten Corona twice this year. That's really set me back. Especially like if you're just talking about anime and just watching stuff. When I had it, I didn't feel like watching anything. So that's one thing. Specifically about the bleach topic, how this relates to it. I've also just not, I don't know, I've not gotten into watching it. It feels very weird trying to explain why. The thing that came up recently, I was about to actually start watching it, but then I actually started watching Bleach with my partner from the very beginning, completely in Japanese. I have not seen it like ever since actually not ever since actually learning to like moving to Japan, learning the language. And we've like to show how much we love Bleach. We're like on episode 150, which is where Ichigo's fighting Grimjaw. So I think once I catch up, which should be really soon, we're watching it really quickly. We're just totally into it. Then we'll check out Bleach, the Thousand Year War. I do want to do a reaction or some thoughts on that'll probably go on the second channel. Again, like quick video. I know some people are leaving. We're talking about Bleach. Let me see what else were you guys are saying. For since we were on the topic of like, what do you rate this episode? Let me know. What do you rate? Maybe that'll be the next poll. Let me do a quick poll on what do you rate the ending? Uh, bu- 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 how do you do this? How do you rate the AOT ending? Um, of course, it'll probably be like highly in favor of like I'll do 10 out of a 10, an 8, a 6, and you could guys could write it in between. Oh no. Okay. I just thought about a better way of doing it. Instead of like so let's do 10 to 9 since it only gives me four options. 8 to 7, 6 to 5, whatever that means to you, or 4 or lower. I think again, very unscientific. We'll only get like a few hundred replies. Go for it. Okay, let me see some of the things I missed. Bleach, I know I've seen screenshots. I want to get like a Rukia figure for a specific thing about her. For anyone that hasn't seen Bleach, please watch it. Same opinion as JoJo Smacks. I thought JoJo Smacks is still here. I thought maybe someone else that went to sleep. I always love AOT, which is why I was disappointed. Did I say Bleach? I always love AOT. It's almost as if I expected Isayama to be better than he was. Here's the thing, yeah, you're only human slash meme. As I traversed all his interviews, it became apparent his incompetence. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree too much with that. Not, I think incompetence is a little harsh. It's, I think it's a little of it being a little rushed slash too much pressure. Regardless of the controversial ending, AOT was a wild ride of emotions for 10 years. Yes. Do you like Map as a company? Like overworked, payment, animator time, okay, so here's the thing. Um, so here's some inside baseball. I was actually supposed to interview someone, an animator that was working on AOT. This is right. I think this is right when AOT season 3 ended, I think. Maybe I'm getting the dates mixed up. But right before we actually had a schedule set up, oh god, what happened? Corona hit. That's what happened. And we never like this I never got in contact with this person again. Oh god, I really wish that happened. Attack on Titan will be remembered forever. The story, the foreshadowing, the themes. Here's the thing, regardless of what you thought, whether positive or negative, undoubtedly, it's earned its place in anime history. Oh, we got over 10:30. So we're gonna be continuing for a while, either until I need to go to the restroom again, or my partner comes, or like it hits 4 hours. My voice is gonna go eventually. I've been watching AOT since it came out, 10 years or so, every week, every week. Enjoyed the entire end movie. I guess, yeah, technically it feels like a movie. Though I couldn't help but cringe during the maybe Mikasa will find someone else she loves, and you're not wrong on that. I'm sure a lot of people will. It's gonna become a meme. It already became a meme. It's gonna become a wider meme. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. But the Mikasa was the Mikasa scene was perfect. It made me cry. With the bird? Uh please, thousand year blood war won't hit the same without the love for the characters going. You need to watch, yeah, you need to watch the original series to watch it. I've seen clips, I've seen just on Twitter and stuff like that. Like, I'm not even trying. I hate the Attack on Titan ending. Here, we got someone that didn't like it. Like a 5 out of 10 for the ending for me. The ride to get to the ending was still epic for me. 9 out of 10 show with a 5 out of 10 ending. Yes, perfectly acceptable. And I'm glad you enjoyed most of the ride. I think we're talking about like other anime that's ending up. Eventually, My Hero Academia and like One Piece will end. I think people will think similar things, even if for people that didn't enjoy the ending for those series. The ending was 8 out of 10, and it looks like 8 or 7 between those ranges is right now the biggest in the poll. We got a oh, nearly tied. About a 40% almost split between 10, 9, 8, and 7, of course, due to the restrictions of the poll. Oh, I thought my screen is just dirty. I'm like, okay, just looking at something myself on screen. Uh, let's see. Is it that Ymir wanted Mikasa to kill Eren because it in the end Ymir regretted not killing? Yes, it's implied that yes, that she was delusional to love him and didn't want Mikasa to. Yes. Welcome, Natalie. I've seen it before. There's a lot of things in the ending that could have been better, but it still made me cry like a baby. I kind of like it didn't make me emotional for whatever reason, but I'm glad you got to that level. She's badass now. Lelouch says he will keep on searching for a better tomorrow. The manga ending was way too hype. That's why I was disappointed, but I love the anime though. I wish I wonder if you're anime only though. Oh, it jumped. Oh no 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 no. I like the TG ending. TG ending. Tokyo Ghoul. It's a 9 for me from Lowly Bird. I wonder if that's small bird. If I had a little bit more time and the chapters expanded on it, then it would have been a 10 out of 10. I'm glad. Here's the thing, especially for such a we've been on this ride for such a long time. I love for people for fans of the series that have enjoyed it. If this is a 10 out of like screw number ratings. If you love this, if you like this, I'm glad that like you're coming out of that. This this series like that. One positive thing that I liked about the ending is that it didn't forget Aaron's motto, exterminate all time. That was the thing that people forgot. Yes, he completed his goal. Forget about the Paradise Island situation. He completed his goal about exterminating all Titans from chapter 2. I think if the guy becomes the new founding Titan, he will probably unite the mankind and rebuild the whole civilization into one, considering both Eldian. Okay, no, that's the other thing too. There's a good possibility that the new, if talking about like the guy, the little boy and his dog that appears at the very end, he, I don't know. There's a good chance he's part Eldian. There's a good chance he's not Eldian or fully Eldian. I don't know. He's probably very mixed, considering that Eldians were. I don't know. I guess it could go depending on how many years that pass by. It could go either way. Forget about the boy. Here's another thing I mentioned earlier. The dog falls in. You'll get the dog titans. Oh, I'm late 20 minutes on live. No wonder the conversation and the live chat. No, hopefully you're synced. What would you have changed to make AOT a 10 out of 10 ending? Oof. Oof. Loaded question. Here's the thing. Just avoiding me repeating a lot of things I said before. I was very, very much content with the original manga ending. If you would have done that, we're going back to the question about the anime being a masterpiece. I think I without a question, I would have almost without a question, I would have said that. I still have nitpicks about the whole Mikasa thing, the whole Titan, the worm thing, but I could overlook that. Oh crap! It jumped again. Did it? Um, I think the scene was supposed to be cringe. I'm sure you're talking about the Eren scene. Yeah. Here's the thing. If that scene was supposed to be cringe, Isayama deeply succeeded. At the same time, you also gotta be ready for the backlash about it. I think that whole scene could have also been done in a way that it wouldn't have been that off-putting and still would just carry the original message. No matter how mixed I feel about the ending, the Attack on Titan will always remain one of my favorite series of all time. Yes. I'm assuming you also like Naruto based on the name Uzumaki. I've always wondered before Armin and Eren's conversation, did Armin ever have any hints of Eren's plan to let Mikasa kill him? Did Armin ever have any hints of Eren's plan to let Do you mean this in reverse? Did Eren ever have any hints of Eren's plan? Oh, I see what you mean. Not. I think just out of necessity, there's an implied thing where, like, hey, I'm forcing you into this position. We either kill everyone, or the alternative is that you have the freedom to stop me, which means killing me instead of not talking. There was the other thing too that people, of course, hated about Armin that and Mikasa too by association that they were very hesitant on killing Eren. And or not necessarily even killing Eren, that even up to until the end, they were still stuck on the position of we could talk this out. We don't have to kill. Which I mean, you even if you don't have a rough estimate, you know how many people have already been killed. You're into the millions. I think at that point, you've just forced their hand. The time I got reincarnated as a bird. Oh, that's also going to become a meme. 8 out of 10. For me, the epilogue could have been explained better. I didn't get the part where Eren looked at all the possibilities. That's why they arrived there. Yeah, I wish they shown some of those possibilities instead of just left it as a like a passing line. Please talk about Jean and Mikasa. We have a little bit. Oh crap! It jumped. Ooh, where was I? Ooh, okay. Apparently, we're gonna get more the Hell Bleach. I hope so. We got the movie, and while I enjoyed it, I'm like there. I thought this was gonna be a whole arc instead of what we got with the Quincy stuff. One Piece will never end. The One Piece will be friends. They made all. One Piece is gonna end. Like real talk. Like I don't think as rich as what's his name Oda, the author. He eventually is gonna like he can't live his life. He's totally devoted to One Piece. I'm sure like he wants to continue this as much as possible. Like I don't know, just for like the sake of actually having a life. I'm sure he's fine with accomplishing getting the best, most well-known manga of all time, the most popular, the most profitable. But how what does it do? Like in his 40s, 50s? Like I'm sure he doesn't want to be doing this for the rest of his life. Like it doesn't matter how much money you have. You can't buy back time. I think it eventually after the he here's the thing, he could reach an ending for the manga and then have like it's pseudo continuing and just do it like a monthly thing. Like I'm sure based on what I've seen about One Piece, which I'm still very early on in it, which it's been great so far. It's really more about the journey than I don't think it doesn't really matter how it ends as long as like with like the obvious that well, Luffy becomes the Pirate King. Apart from that, I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Well, of course, he could do obvious things to tank it. Um, he reached that point and just continue it like not weekly, monthly. Just be on break. Let's see. Mikasa the bird. I was the only one who could kill him and put him to rest. Yes, the bird. I kind of enjoy the bird meme. Ooh, okay. Oops. Let's see. Okay, let me go back to the beginning. Is YouTube your full time job? Definitely. Right now, definitely not. You like for you, just like I guess inside baseball, for YouTube to be your full time job, you would need to be consistently getting. I don't know. I'm sure the ad rates have been destroyed thanks to Corona. You'd have to get over 100,000 views per video, unless you're like really slumming it, and that's more like that's not even weekly. Let me go back a little bit. 4 out of 10 ending, another person that didn't like it, but an 8 out of 10 episode. So I take that as a positive from Ninja Man. With all the time they with all the time that's passed with the boy, would Eldia still be around at that point? I'm sure some connection to it, but you're right. Yeah, a lot of it wouldn't. Not the Eldia that we know. I mean, I know some people mention like the 20,000 years into which I can't even imagine. We're like again, we're in year 2023, right? Not 24. I can't imagine 20,000 years into the future. 20,000 years into the future would assume we're already living on Mars, maybe Pluto. Uh yeah, I can't even imagine. We're probably not even on Earth anymore. Anyone that's on Earth is it's gonna be like G Gundam where everyone's if you're on still on Earth, you're broke, you're poor, you're like you've been left behind. It seems that most people like the ending. So far, again, I have not Japan definitely liked it. I know that, but as for like anime only reception, I don't know. I'll actually let me write that down. I'll make a poll like on the channel. We'll get a like a taste. Okay, that'll come out later. How many endings are there? There is officially one ending. Two if you go by the what the original ending was and the second one. I'm shocked by the majority of people giving it a 9 or 10. I think here's the thing. I think a lot of people this is you got to remember initially I think a lot of people are going to feel positive about it. I think what'll shift opinion if it does shift in any meaningful drastic way going back to like the original ending with the manga ending, it was overall positive. It wasn't until more people started coming out with like what one major thing was the updated ending, and then people coming out with a lot of videos that got a lot of attention, like especially now on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, on YouTube that has a wider reach. If there's a lot of negative stuff that comes out in that space, I could see opinion shifting on this. I mean, it's happened with a lot of anime before. It's happened with Demon Slayer. It's happened with My Hero Academia. It's happened. I know this series haven't ended. It's happened with SAO. It's happened with it's another series that people have like turned on recently. It's usually big series. I know to some extent Bleach too, but I think the only one that people haven't turned on to any to a real extent has been like maybe um One Piece. Oh, Dragon Ball Super too. A lot of people initially like that, but then there's been a lot of hate videos that have come out for that. We'll see. We'll see what happens with time. In Poland, we did not get Queen Historia. We did get the Queen Jagwiga. What's that? I never imagined that scene to be a cringe scene in the manga. I thought it was a serious scene that Eren finally revealed he had feelings for Mika. Here's the thing. Again, this goes back to like Japan, Eastern, like Asia versus the Western, East versus West. He Aaron already revealed that back when he was asking Mikasa what we were, like just from a Western perspective, it completely went over people's heads. Okay. He didn't want to take away his friend's freedoms. That's the other thing. It seems that the ending haters are allowed minority. Actually, now that you mentioned that comment, we let's going away from anime. We've seen that again with like I'm not. We've seen that with Marvel. We've seen that with DC. We've seen that with Star Wars. If you don't like something, you usually are pretty loud about it. The episode is at a 7 out of on IMDb. I'm sure you. I'm not sure how that works, but I'm assuming you could bot that. I'm going to bed. Good night. Sorry, got delayed on the comments, but good night. Marcos. Is it 20K? Not even Earth would be alive. I mean, I'm sure it's thousands of years into the future. Even the romantic scenes in Attack on Titan contain violence. Damn. So Ymir, yes, to Lee Fan. Oh no no no! The chat was the ending. Chat was the ending anime. No, the chat was the chat. The ending was the updated ending from the manga. The worm just wanted to survive. Oh God. What do people mean when they wanted the anime original ending? So they mean they wanted an ending that was different from the manga. So people thought, I know a lot of people believe there was different timelines. So one theory from what I've gathered is that the manga was one timeline and then the anime would be a different timeline where Eren succeeded, from what I gather. Again, what is your issue with Villain Saga post farm art? I mean, it's been a while since I read it. I think Villain peaks at the farm art. It's like, again, the Vinland Arga is like peak manga at that point. I think it very much drops off after that. It's not bad, but it never gets back to that. Have you checked out Invincible? I know about it. I've not seen it. I need to. I probably know everything about it besides actually having seen it. I gave up on Star Wars. I was never a Star Wars person, so for me, I'm just like I'm watching people complain about it. And I'm just eating popcorn over here. Like I never got into Star Wars, which sounds weird. I know people that have caught it. It was anime for me. Let's see, what time is it? Oh, we're getting close to 4 hours. I'm getting sleepy. Probably drinking. I like the ending of AOT because of the battle and body count. Was I guess anyone that's not the main character, screw you if you're not a main character. It's all One Piece fans who review bomb it. I don't know. There's Venn diagrams of One Piece fans on the AOT. Thoughts on the animation this episode? I liked it, except for like there were certain parts where you could clearly improve on, but besides that, I thought the action scenes, I'm like, they went all out. Good to see you back. I'm glad you're here, George. We're almost done though. Need a bottle of tequila for. I'm not a fan of tequila though. You need a bottle of. Hmm. What do I like more? Whiskey. The season 2 of Vinland Saga is not that great, actually. Really? Oh no. Okay. Are you? I know a lot of people that were turned off by expectations from the first season. If you know the manga, and it was very similar to the manga, I would think it'd be very similar to it. Zeke explained the worm being life, and life just wanted to survive and multiply. Again, he should have just left that out. Why is it helping Aaron kill it? It's, I guess, indirectly, it just doesn't want to die, and it's Aaron commanding the Titans. Do you lime Lord of the Rings? I'll confess, I've never seen Lord of the Rings. I know. I need to watch it. But 4 hour movies, I haven't found time. It's such a different from season one because in season one, a lot of the main characters got off. Yeah, that's also why some people are initially disappointed. You have characters that are dying were initially dying left and right. I mean, people described it as like early on Game of Thrones of like anime that you don't know who's gonna die. And then in the end, everyone lived besides, of course, Zeke and Aaron, which everyone thought was gonna die. They took away the Deer Titan. No, the Deer Titan was there. I saw it. I thought the ending was sad but good. I don't know what I'd change if I could just sad. If I could just sad to see Aaron die and not have a happy life. Here's the thing: I'd be sad that Aaron died, but again, there's a lot of people that idolize the character, which was never me. I also call it Aaron dying from the very beginning. A lot of people also describe this as the Code Geass ending. In that ending, I don't know. I didn't see that happening as opposed to this here. Someone else asked, "Do you like Lord of the Rings?" I've not seen it. I need to. I need to. I feel like I know part of the reason I haven't seen it is because I feel like I know it just by people talking about it. Do you think One Piece is better than AOT? What aspects are better in each anime? Here's the thing. For One Piece, do not watch the anime. If we're talking about the manga, they're so different. AOT is no, I mean One Piece is so shonen. I would almost not even compare them. They're so different. Even though they're in the like the shonen anime genre, if you want to call it that. Do you know what chapter Isayama is adding to? No idea. I didn't even know that was officially confirmed until some of the people mentioned that. So I know the neighbor kid keeps on spamming. Do you like the Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings again. I have not seen it. I need to. Why did Isayama change the ending from the original ending? Officially, he mentioned he supposedly didn't have enough. What was it? The original ending was supposed to be a set length of pages for like the magazine that Attack on Titan comes out in, which I'm like, you're literally the most popular. Like you're carrying this magazine. If you're gonna tell us that they wouldn't allow you to have a few extra pages, one, that is bullshit. Two, assuming that was true, you have no balls in requesting more pages. I mean, I think it's more of maybe he didn't have enough time and he couldn't actually complete the last pages. I would have bought that excuse instead of telling us, oh, they didn't allow me to have more pages. What bullshit. Oh, thank you for the super chat from Draco117. I think the Titan thing and Zeke were representing our fears and instinct that in a situation of war push us to fight without thinking of others. I think there's a parallel there you can make. Let me go back up to the. Okay, where was I? Let me see. Well, Aaron had 2 years to live. Not really a great ending. Here's the thing. That's the ultimately the. I don't know if I mentioned earlier that what people didn't like about the ending was initially, of course, Aaron, in their eyes, didn't complete his goal, and two, you're always gonna have trouble in a series where the main character dies. You're always like people love their main character. If you kill off their main character, you're always gonna have certain people that didn't like it. All right, so I'm about to wrap this up. It's been 4 hours. My partner is back, so I'm getting a little sleepy probably because I drank this 9% alcohol. So anyway, I will try. Okay, tomorrow announcements. I will try to have the reaction video for those of you guys that wanted it. Hopefully, mostly intact. I'll have that up at Sunday morning US time. If no issues. The second thing is a lot of you guys said you guys like this live chat. So hopefully we could talk about this anime in general. Maybe I'll do this weekly on Friday. I'll probably around with Saturday or Sunday. So anyway, guys, thank you for coming. You guys have been awesome. Especially I expected some people to start trolling, but hey, I didn't see a single troll. So you guys have been awesome. Take care. And thank you guys for like following. It means a lot to me. So anyway, check back to the channel. I know especially a lot of the YouTube hasn't been sending notifications for whatever reason. So I may have something. Check out this channel and the second channel. And I'll catch you guys later. Good night and good morning for those of you guys there. Anyway, see you guys.